Welcome to this Ultimate JavaScript Programming series. This course will provide you with everything you need to know for all things JavaScript, including web development. My name is Farhan Hussain and I will be leading you through this course. I have experience in creating over 2,000 video tutorials in a wide array of subject areas, from game development to web development. I also run an online education platform and am a programming lecturer. I am also a free-time published author of programming books. I created this course for anyone interested in learning more about JavaScript, web development, and I would just say programming in general, plus its implementations. Also for anybody looking to refresh their JavaScript and general programming skills. The ideal student for this course is anyone with a passion for learning more about the increasingly large JavaScript programming market and its plethora of applications such as web apps and mobile apps. Feel free to take a look through the course description, and I look forward to seeing you inside. See you soon. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I'm going to show you how you can set up a project on Windows. So first of all, recommend that you have a good favorite text editor or IDE. I am going to be using Sublime Text. It's free, it's amazing, easy to use, lightweight. I can't say anything bad about it. And it's cross-platform, so it runs on Windows, Linux, Mac. You get the picture, it's amazing. Okay, so open this up. And before we actually start any code, just save the file, or save a file. Go to desktop or anywhere you want, and just create a new folder. I'm going to call this project. Inside here, just save it as index.html file. There we go. And now let's just quickly whip up a HTML page. So it's going to be the simplest HTML page you've probably ever seen. And HTML, and now what we're going to do is HTML like so. Then inside here we'll put a head tag, and now we're just going to put a body tag. Okay. So now inside of here is where we can put our JavaScript code. There's a couple of different ways of doing it. Let me show you the first one. You create a script tag, you put a type, and this will be text/JavaScript, like so. And inside here you put all your JavaScript code. I'm not going to add anything, in this video. This is just setting you up and showing where you would actually place it. And you could actually put this anywhere you want, really. The sort of two main places that you would have it is either in the head tag. If you have it there, that means the JavaScript code will get run before, what's rendered on your page. And if you want it, let's say, run after the page has been rendered, so maybe you want to move an object around a little later on, the recommendation will be to put it at the end of the body. And that wouldn't be after this, it would be after all your body code. So for example, after, let's say, if we put a h1, put hello world, and here is where you would put this, like so, and that's it. The other option is, and this option that I'm about to show you, you can place this anywhere you want as well, but I'm just going to place it in the head tag, is to do the script tag again. The difference being, you have a type, same type again, text/JavaScript. Instead of putting code in between here, you put src equals, and now you point to a different JavaScript file. So the JavaScript is contained in, a separate file. You might be thinking, why would you want to do that? And the main reason is, when you create a website, especially when it becomes quite complex, you get a lot of code, and it's good to abstract stuff out and, group stuff together and put it into separate files. So, let's say you have a whole, piece of code, a lot of code, just dealing with, user accounts, for example. and there's some problem with the user account, you just go to that file and you look at it. Okay, that's the problem. Instead of trying to go through all of this code and you don't know where exactly to look. Okay, so before we specify this, let's just click Control N, create a new file, save, and in the same location, save a file as custom.js. So the JS extension indicates it's a JavaScript file, therefore it can only run JavaScript code. Click save. In here, you place all of your JavaScript code. Again, not going to put any JavaScript code in this video. That'll be a separate set of videos. And now here, you specify the location of said file. And because it's in the same location as this file, you just put custom.js. If it was in a folder called, let's say, awesome folder, you put awesome folder / custom.js. Save this and we can run it now. So if I open up my web browser and let's just open it up. Is that seriously set to Edge by default? What the hell? I want to always use Chrome, man. Always use Chrome. That's embarrassing. Don't get embarrassed, but that was embarrassing. So let's just, as you can see, it's here. But if we right click inspect, you can, let's close that down. You can see that in the head, we got both of the tags. And in the sources, you got the custom.js file as well. So that is it for this video for setting up. That's it. And now you can start coding away in JavaScript. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you how to set up, JavaScript on a Mac system. So first of all, you want to make sure that you have some sort of text editor that you like. You could just use a built-in one, not very good. I recommend Sublime. It's free, easy to use, lightweight, and it's cross-platform. So you can use it on Linux, Mac, Windows. You get the picture. Okay, so once you're in here, what you want to do, first of all, is just save a file. So go to desktop, and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it JS project. Yeah, JS project, that is fine. And in here, I'm going to save it as index.html. So even though I'm going to be using this in line with web development and HTML, the JavaScript side, you could use it with mobile applications that support JavaScript anywhere really. Okay, so in here, we want to simply set up a quick HTML page. And let's just do this. Again, it's going to be a very quick one. With the body. Okay, so now that we got all this, let's just save it. There are a couple of different ways that you can use JavaScript in your website. The first is to simply put a script tag, and then you just put type equals text / JavaScript, like so. And in between here, you put your JavaScript code. This can actually be pretty much placed anywhere on your page. The main places you will place it is either in the head tag, and that means it gets run before the actual page is rendered. If you want it run after the page is rendered, maybe you're going to animate some element, perhaps, you would put the script tag or the actual JavaScript, whether that's in a separate file, which I'm going to cover in a minute. You'll put it here, usually at the end of the body and just before the closing body tag. And those are the two common places. If you just need it in one particular location within your HTML, you can put it there as well. That is fine. Okay, so that's one method. The other method is create a new file, save that, save it in the same directory. You can call it whatever you want. I am going to call it custom.js. And now, you can place this code that I'm just about to do. ignore that I'm just about to do anywhere you want. So just put script, put type equals src/JavaScript, and now instead of putting code here as you would for this tag, you just put src equals, now you put the directory location of custom.js, so the exact location. As it's in the same location as my index.html file, I just put custom.js like so. So save that. And now if I were to just run this by double clicking it, it opens it up. And to confirm it is this one loading up, what I'll do is literally just put a quick header tag here, and I'll call it hello world, save it, and now refresh, and as you can see I do not know how to spell world. Save it again, click refresh, there we go. And if we inspect it, go to the head, as you can see we've got this inline script tag, then we've got this file as well. And if we go to sources, we can it's usually in sources. Because I haven't got any actual code there, but if I have some code in that JavaScript file, it would actually have the JavaScript file here as well, and I can see it directly. So that's how you set up a JavaScript web project on Mac. If you have any questions, as usual, feel free to contact me, and I will see you very, very soon in the next video. Hello, in this video I am going to show you how to set up JavaScript on a Linux machine such as Ubuntu. So first of all, make sure you have some sort of text editor. You could use the built-in one. I will be using something called Sublime Text. It is I would download the new version later. It is a fantastic editor on any platform. So the next thing you want to do is we need this open, sorry. We can start coding in here. So I would say go to, I'll upgrade that later as well. And so let's go to here. Actually, this will trigger itself when we specify the extension. So let's just write some code. Before that, what I'm going to do is create a folder, and folder is going to be called project. And in here is where we'll place all of our files. So what you want to do is save this. So go to the project folder that you just created, and I'm going to call this index.html. And the code that you learn from this series will be used for not just in web-based projects, in literally any project that allows you to run JavaScript, even in mobile applications. Okay, so for a HTML doc, we'll need to put a doc type. So doc type HTML, and now we are going to put usually the other way around. Let's use the uppercase, let's use the lowercase. Not that I think it actually matters, but I'm pretty sure that's the standard. And so let's just quickly write up a little application or little website. So we're going to put a head tag. Again, this series and this video is not here to explain the ins and outs of web development and HTML or any CSS. We'll be using some basic stuff like that, and I'll try and explain it as I go along. But again, this is a JavaScript series, so I'll recommend that you know some basic HTML, CSS before you have a go at this video. Okay, and let's say if we put a body, and in the body, let's just put a h1 tag so we can actually see it, so we know that it is actually working. So let's say hello world. And there's a couple of different ways that you can add JavaScript code. So the one common way is to use something called a script tag. And there are sort of two main places that you generally put this. You either put it in the head tag, and if you put it within the head tag, that means it is run before the rest of the content on your website. If you want it to be run afterwards, you would put it generally here just before the closing body tag. I'm just going to place it at the top right here. Again, depending on your website and on your scenario, you might want it in a different location, but it's just as simple as moving it. So we can just put script, and that should be enough, but it's also recommended that you put a type, and this just tells the web browser what type of code this is. Generally, you don't need it. Web browsers are a lot smarter than they used to be, but just to ensure maximum compatibility, I would just put it. And here is literally where you would put your JavaScript code. We're not going to be doing any JavaScript code in this video. That will be reserved for a separate video. This is just a setup stage. The other way that you can actually add JavaScript code is simply by creating a separate file, and in that separate file you put all the code that you want. And let's do that version as well. So I'm going to click Control N, create a new file. I'm going to save this, and I'll just call it custom, and instead of a .html extension, I'm going to do .js. So that means this file can only support JavaScript code. So you can't support HTML or CSS code. So I click save. It's right here. And in here we could write something. And now what we can do is just include the file. We could, sorry about that, we could include it before or after the script tag. It just really depends on, is this script tag dependent on what's in that other file, or is the file dependent on this? If neither, then it doesn't matter. So those are the sort of things that you need to consider. And we just put a script tag. Again, we put a type of, I think you guessed it, text /JavaScript. But instead of putting any code inside of here, as we would for this one, all we do is put src, which stands for source, and now we specify the location of our JavaScript file. As it's in the same location as our index.html file, all we have to do is put custom.js. If this was in a folder called, I don't know, amazing folder, you would put amazing folder / then the file name. So if I save that, now if I just double click it, so it runs it in a web browser. As you can see, hello world has appeared. So if I just right click, go to just inspect, let's just have a look what we've got. So we're interested in the head section. So we've got an empty, script tag. We've got a custom.js, and this is linked now. So any code that we put within, where's the minimize? Yeah, let me just show you. So any code you put in here, let me extend this out a second. There we go. Any code that you put inside here will get run. Any code that you put inside of the custom.js file will also get run as well. It's generally recommended that you put it within separate files. You can have multiple files depending on what the code is doing. And as you develop more complex websites and applications, you will use other libraries and frameworks that other people have created. A lot of them will be free and open source, and they'll have JavaScript files, which you'll include in a similar fashion to this. But that's it really for setting up JavaScript. Once you've done it on this platform, you can literally just copy this onto another system, whether it's Linux or not, Ubuntu or not, whether it's Windows, Mac, it doesn't matter. It will just run. It's the code and the setup is not specific to a particular platform. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in my next part. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you how to just quickly use some JavaScript code online. Maybe if you've woken up in the middle of the night, it's happened to me, you've got some great idea for a way to solve a problem, a new problem, old problem, doesn't really matter, and you just want to quickly just try something. There's a great website called jsfiddle.net. I will provide a link with the video, and in here, is fantastic. You can easily just start setting stuff up. So if you want to do with more of a React Bootstrap jQuery project, you can do that. And you can there's a bunch of other libraries that you can attach to it, and the type of language that you want to do, raw JavaScript or and what sort of framework. We just want raw JavaScript, but it just shows you how amazing this is. So just click empty. Empty is fine, and just click close. And then you can go into settings, change the actual sort of layout as well, but we're just interested in this. So let me inspect the console. And what I'll quickly do, so go to the console, nothing here. In the JavaScript code, I'm going to put console.log, and I'm simply going to say, hello world. And now, if I run it, as you can see, it runs here. You might be thinking, what's this little white thing that's popped up? That's the visual result. So if I had some HTML, some CSS, started creating an amazing website, use JavaScript to actually animate it, that will show here. But I just want to show you that you can run JavaScript code. And that's it. That's all there is to it for using JavaScript code on an online IDE. That's it. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next tutorial. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you comments. So what's a comment? It allows you to essentially write something that does not get run. You might be thinking, why would I waste time writing something, basically coding something that isn't actually even run? And there's two main reasons. One, it allows you to essentially annotate code. So if you've created some really complex algorithm and some process, and let's say 50 lines of code, it can be difficult to keep track of exactly what's happening, especially if you come back at a later date, or if somebody else is working on it as well, they don't fully understand it. If you comment it, you can basically give some context of what it does, how it does it. The other reason you can use comments is when we actually get to JavaScript code, comments allow you to essentially prevent an actual line of code from running. And that's called commenting out code. And the great thing about that is, if you wrote something, it's not quite working, maybe it's breaking, producing errors, and you're scratching your head thinking, could it be this line, or more importantly, could it be these 20 lines? I don't want to delete it and accidentally save it or anything like that. If you just comment it out, the code is still there in your editor. It just won't get run. You can test it, and you'll be like, oh, this wasn't the problem, so I can just uncomment it out. So let me show you how it all works. So we can use any of the tags, this one or the file. I'm just going to deal with and do it in the custom.js file, just to separate things out. Okay, in here, if let's say we were to I'm just going to create a simple variable. I'm actually going to explain this in a separate video, so just bear with me. And maybe this is something epic. I can comment it, and I can do that by doing 2 forward slashes. And if I write something here, let's say, hello, this is an epic variable. As you can see, this text editor is gray. It's set to JavaScript mode, and it's sort of a grayed out color. And what that means is this is a comment. It's not going to get run. So if I just save that, go to the website, refresh, go to inspect, and go to custom.js file, go to I made a mistake here. This is not meant to be source, this is meant to be text, so just make sure you update that, please. Reload, go to sources. As you can see, we've got that right here, and this is fine. It doesn't produce any errors, because if something happened, an error would get kicked off here. It doesn't actually do anything. Okay, So that's one way of doing a comment. The other way, which was commenting out a line, is 2 forward slashes, like so. If you have multiple lines of code, so what I'm going to do quickly is create, a bunch of variables, just assign them the value 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If you want to comment out multiple lines, what you can do is do / asterisk, and this will keep commenting out lines till it hits asterisk /. So / asterisk opens a multi-line comment, and asterisk / closes a multi-line comment. And if I put var, i5 equals 9, i5 sound like a Intel processor, as you can see, it is this right color now. So that's it for comments. That's really all you need to know. So make sure you use them when you do comment your code to provide context like this and explain what is happening. Make sure you do it as you go along, because if you say, oh, I'll do it at the end of the project or at the end of the day, or the end of the coding session, what ends up happening, you're tired, you can't be bothered, you get to it and you say, nah, I'll do it next time. And commenting is easy, but it takes such a long time if you let it add up that you just don't end up doing it. So make sure you do it as you go along. So that's it for comments. As usual, any questions, feel free to hit me up. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in my next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the no-script tag in web development. And the no-script tag is something that you put in like your HTML file. And essentially what this allows is if JavaScript is not supported or enabled on your web browser, this bit of code will get run. Usually you just inform the user saying your browser does not support JavaScript. Please download a browser that does, because trust me, it's such a pain if you're going to create some complex website and you're not going to use JavaScript. Okay, so and that tag looks like this, no script. And if I just say JS not supported, if I save that, go to the web browser, run it, as you can see, you might be thinking, where is it? It's not displaying, and obviously here it's not displaying, and that's because JavaScript is supported. So let's just disable JavaScript. So we can do that. Let's just go to settings. I'm gonna search for JavaScript, and yeah, let's just literally disable it. So if we reload, JS is not supported. As you can see, it has been displayed because it's not supported anymore. And if I re-enable it, as you can see, it's disappeared. So just wanted to cover the no script tag so you can, provide the user with some information that JavaScript isn't enabled, or it's just not supported on the web browser. And maybe you just want to, provide some alternative content, that's fine. Or you just want to say it's not supported, so please go and download one. That's it. If you have any questions, as usual, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in my next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you strict mode. And JavaScript is a pretty loose language, so if you make certain mistakes that most other languages would really penalize you for and just throw an error, prevent you from running the application, JavaScript just like, yeah, I realistically know what you mean, so I'll just sort of fix it. So if you want like a really sort of, what is it necessarily secure, but more just a more conformed, I would say a better way of coding, because when you're just dealing in JavaScript, for the most part it's okay, but it's when you start going to other languages, that's when the problem occurs if you're going from JavaScript. So to enable strict mode, actually let me show you. We got this variable created here from a previous video, and if I show you something and we go to console, it's all fine. If I remove this and I save it and I reload it, as you can see, it is still fine. And this is an example of one of those loose things I was talking about. If you don't use the keyword var before a variable and you don't have strict mode enabled, you'll just declare it as a variable if this is the first time that it's seeing it. If instead you actually put this, quotation marks, use strict semicolon, save that now, and if you reload, as you can see, it throws an error saying unquote reference error, I5 is not defined. But if I go back and I put var, as you can see, that error now disappears. So I would say just make sure you just use strict mode. You'll make sure that you are creating, essentially good code. And another reason is, so just an example of variables. Maybe I've created this variable, and let's just say I'm not using strict mode, and maybe I want to modify it. So actually, I'm going to rename it to hello world, for example. And at the moment, this should run fine, no errors. But if I were to, let's say if I want to reassign it, and I put hello, and I put world, maybe I'll put this. It's slightly renamed differently, and I'll put equals 8 instead. Save it. Refresh. As you can see, there's no error. So I made a mistake in typing it, and it hits here. It says hello worried was never created as a variable. Let's just create it. But if I use strict mode, it will throw an error saying it does not exist, and I immediately see, oh, I've tried to use the wrong variable. I've made a mistake whilst typing, and this will help prevent so many errors. You will always mistype stuff in coding. So that's it for strict mode. As usual, if you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. There'll be the GitHub link which provides you with all the source code, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover console output. Up till now, we haven't actually done anything in particular in terms of, a visual result. This has remained the same. Yeah, we've got some errors when we've, specifically tried to create them, but, we don't want errors. So first of all, let's get rid of that. The console output simply allows you to output in this console. To do that, really simple. So I'm just going to output this variable to console.log, and all programming languages will have some sort of console output equivalent. And if I just put in the name of the variable, go back, refresh, it puts in line. If, for example, I do console.log and I put in quotation marks, so put in hello world, or just a string hello world, it prints out hello world. You can just put a number directly, so console.log, 9, that's 5 actually, not 9. And literally any valid JavaScript code can go here. So if you, call a function, you can put that there as well. Obviously we haven't covered that, but literally anything that you can do anywhere else, you can put here pretty much. So including mathematical operators. So once we cover, mathematical operators, feel free to come back, use that math knowledge and put it into console log. So that's it for logging out to the console. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. The GitHub link to all of the source code will also be available, so feel free to take a look at that. And I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover variables. So what is a variable? Variables are really, really cool. They allow you to store some piece of data. And, that's it really. We've already used it. Didn't explain it too much. So this var keyword just is short for variable. Then you need to name your variable. And you can pretty much name it whatever you want. There are certain conditions for naming your variables. You can't, start it with a number. You can't use a reserved keyword, for example. So you can't name it var, because var is reserved for indicating later variable. So reserved keywords are unavailable. Then you put equals and then you assign it some value, and then you can use it anywhere. You can reassign a value as well. So if I just get rid of this, and if I just say hello world, as you can see, we're not using the var keyword anymore. That's because we've already declared it. And let's say if I assign 10 now, I'll grab hold of this, put it here, save it, go back, reload. As you can see, it says 9 and 10. Okay, so that is pretty darn cool. There is another variable that I want to cover, or another sort of, I should say, in the new ES6, there is a new sort of format of variable, and that is called a let. And let is really useful. So let's, no pun intended, let's have a go at that right now. So if you just put the keyword let, and we can name it something, so let's just call it hello, and assign a value of 5, console.log, and if I print out hello, save, refresh, it prints out 5. So what's the main difference is, one, you cannot just declare it like this, whereas a variable you can. It does not like this at all. So it'll try and resolve it, but I'll recommend not doing it. The other main difference is it's to do with block scope. So look at this. So imagine if I was to declare this inside this block, and this could be attached to a function, a loop, which we'll cover, or just on its own. And let me show you what happens if I do it with this one. And save that and refresh. As you can see, it says uncaught reference, hello is not defined. So with a standard variable, it doesn't actually have block scope, which most variables in most languages do. So if you're coming from another language and you want to, reduce the scope of your variables, which is a common, requirement, then you want to use let. So a lot of the time in newer applications, you will generally use let over var. So that's how you create a variable. Just one other thing to note. In JavaScript, you just specify the keyword var. In some other languages, you have to specify the data type. So in this case, this is a whole number, also referred to as an integer. A decimal is referred to as a float. A string, would be a string. A character would be a char. You can assign whatever you want to your variable. So if I change this to, I don't know, hello world, save that. Refresh, and you can see it says hello world, even though this is a string and initially it was a number, or more specifically an integer. JavaScript is very loose like that. You can just assign, a variable in one location of one data type, and then in another location later on, assign another variable or another piece of data of a different data type, and it'll still work. So that's just something to bear in mind if you're coming from another language. And pretty much all data types are supported. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I will help you, and see you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the prompt box. So this is a method for getting some information from the user outside of using the actual HTML web page itself. And we are going to assign it to a variable. So let's create a variable first. Let's call it var awesome. And to do this, you just put prompt like so. Next, you just need to put quotation marks in here. You specify essentially what you want. So I'll say, please enter your name. And there's an optional parameter here as well. So this is something that is called a method, a function, and we are calling this, and this has functionality code that's already built into JavaScript, and it will perform some sort of function for us. And we'll be creating all of our own functions and methods later on, so don't worry about that. And a parameter is just something, you know, that you can provide to it, and you can do something with it. Again, we'll cover all of that. So if I save that and I reload, it pops up, says enter your name, and I say if I put my name, so on. You know, we don't do anything with it yet, so let's just console it out. So console.log. Awesome. So if I put it on, it consoles that out. And we could literally use this, this variable anywhere we want. We could assign stuff to it, so we place it as we would in any other situation with variables. One last thing, if you put a comma, this optional parameter, put quotation marks again, you can actually specify a default value for the prompt, so something that's already there. So let's say I put Batman in, save that, reload, it already says that, press OK, it prompts that out. I reload, but instead let's say I change it to Bob, click OK, it gets that value. So you can provide a default value like this, and that's it for the prompt. Really simple, really easy. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, as usual, pop me a message. The GitHub link will be available as well with all of the source code, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you functions, also known as methods. So what is a function? It essentially allows you to bundle up some code, or also known as abstracting it out, and you assign some name to it, which is the function name. You call that function. Now what we've done here with prompts built in, and console.log as well for that matter, and you'll perform those, instruction, the set of code. So if you have 10 lines of code in there, you call the function, you'll initiate those 10 lines of code. I'm not thinking, why do I want to do that? Sound like, extra effort. Main reason is, when you are creating an application, you are going to have functionality that's used a lot throughout the different parts in your application, and what will happen is the actual code is the same and you'll just be duplicating it. If you need to update it, or let's say fix a bug, you have to do that in every scenario. Imagine if you have the same code, let's say 50 lines of code in 100 different locations, and trust me, that is more than possible in any half decent size application. So anything beyond what, just the simple stuff we're doing here with a few lines, you'll have duplicate code unless you use functions. So let's just go ahead and create one. I'll actually get rid of this. So to create one, you just put the keyword function, then you name your function. I'm going to name it awesome func, and open close brackets, curly braces, and in here is where you specify all your code. And I'm going to specify 2 lines, and I'm simply going to do a console log, and these console logs are going to say hello. I'll actually do 3. I was already going to do the 1. I'm going to do hello and world, but I'm going to do hello and goodbye. So it'll be funny. So if I refresh, as you can see, nothing is printed out. I'm thinking, why is that? We got the 3 console log lines, there's no errors produced, we've used console before, what's going on? And the thing is, they've been encapsulated in this awesome func. Remember that prompt function that we used in the previous video? If you don't initiate or call that function, the prompt box doesn't appear. You don't want everything just appearing and happening without you initiating it. So to initiate it, you just use the name of the function, so awesome func, open close bracket, semicolon, and this, because it doesn't have the keyword function, it says find a function called awesome func. It knows it's a function because of the curly braces, and it's going to locate it and run it. So if I click it, there you go, it is working. Awesome stuff. So we can do a couple of other things with functions. One, we can have values passed into the function. So let's create sort of like an adder. So function, we'll call it sum, because that's the mathematical term for it. Function sum, and we want to pass in 2 values. So these 2 values you could get via prompt boxes, you could get from the user, using an actual input box. It doesn't really matter how you get them. And in here, we want to pass in 2 values. So we just go right here, we do var and we specify the actual functions themselves. So we just need to specify the actual variable names, and these variable names are just specific to this function, so that you don't need the keyword var. Sorry, so I'm just going to actually call num1 comma num2, and these are variables, and it knows they're variables because it's within these brackets, so that's the reason you don't need to specify the keyword variable. Okay, so we've got num1, num2. You can pass in as many as you want. You just separate it with a comma. They can be all different data types if you want to. We're going to do num1. So we're actually going to create a variable inside of here. Do var equals, so var result equals num1 plus num2. And in here we'll do console.log. Result, save, refresh. There we go. And it says not a number. Apparently something's not a number. That is because we have not passed in anything. So we need to pass something in. So let's pass in 4 and 7. Sure we can handle that, or do we need to open the calculator? Let's open the calculator. I think I'm unable to calculate that. 4 plus 7 equals, seems legit to me. I think all my years doing maths, I think that's right. So 4 plus 7 is 11. Make sure that is saved. Refresh, and we have the value 11 pumped out. So that's all great. You might be thinking, actually, let me just add a few lines here, just so this is, a little higher up. Might be thinking, okay, this is really cool. We can pass variables in. We could add them, multiply them. Get something from a database. It doesn't really matter what you're doing with it. You could do something. But what if you don't want to, console log it every time? So maybe you want to get some value, put it into a variable, assign it to a variable, or console log it, or put it into a database, or this, or that. And how do you do that? And it's called a return type. So if I create another function called sum, and I'm going to call it return, sum return. So call it whatever you want. So num1, num2. Bear in mind, though these are named the same, they are separate variables. These have a scope of this function, so they cannot be used outside. Same with result. Result cannot be used outside of this function. If this variable was created outside of the function and you used it inside, that is fine, but you can't declare it using the var keyword inside of the function and expect to use it outside. So in here, we are basically going to do the same thing, but we're not going to console log it. You use the return keyword, specify what you want to return, so the data, put a semicolon, and now if I do sum return, let's say 5 and 6, so that should get same value again. 5 and 9, that should get us carry the 1, square root the 2. I think we're getting roughly 14 in my head. And now if we reload, okay, nothing has changed. The reason is, it literally just, it's not because of the semicolon, I will prove that. It simply doesn't print it out because we haven't specified. This returns the value, and this is the same thing as writing 14, which does nothing. But we can actually print it out. So if we do console.log, we could print it out like so. There we go. We got 14 printed out. And you might think that is really cool. Anywhere that you can put like any sort of data, you could specify a function call, and any data that's returned, you'll literally put it here. Another thing you can do is, say if I create a variable called epic var, because it is an epic variable, you can make it equal to the result of a function that is returned. So if I put in 2 and 100, so quite a large value, and now if I do console.log epic var, and now if I save that, go back and refresh it, there we go, we have 102 printed out. So that's function, that's really all there is to it. You can put literally any piece of JavaScript code that you want inside of one of them, but these are the main types of functions: one without parameters or arguments, one with parameters, and one with parameters that also returns a value. You could also have a function that takes in no parameters but but returns a value, but doesn't actually, let's say, do all of this console logging. As an extra task, I'm going to leave that to you. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover arithmetic operators. So you might be already be able to guess that the arithmetic operators are something to do with mathematics. And if you did, you're right. So let's just create some, actually we don't even need to create variables. So if I do a console.log, my console log out, let's say 4, go back, refresh, we get a value 4. An arithmetic operator is something like this. If I do, let's say 4 plus 8, so this is the addition operator, we get a value of 12. You see where I'm going with this? I'm just going to write out the core operators. So subtraction, I will actually leave it in the exact same order for every single one. Multiplication. So asterisk is the multiplication symbol in programming, and finally division. And the division symbol, if you don't know, is just /. So if I go back, refresh, we get, what do we get? Oh, I'm actually going to get rid of this. We go back, so add, we get 12. Take away, we should get -4. Times, 4 times 8 is 32. 4 divided by 8 is 0.5. Okay, that's pretty cool stuff. And you know, you could do as many as you want. You could do that if you wanted to, or you could do, that as an extra task. Feel free to combine them. But it's just as you would write mathematics in real life. Okay, so that is, really, really awesome. Now let me show you 3 other operators. So the next one is called the modulus. You know what? I'll just copy and paste this. Save time, and less likely for me to make mistakes, even though I just suddenly did the modulus operator. And the modulus operator, the format is, so let's say 35. The modulus operator is 3. Is the percent symbol. So if I do 5 modulus 3, reload, get a value of 2. For a moment, just think or pause the video and see if you can figure out what's happened. Have you thought about it? Okay, so for what has happened, it's basically got the remainder. It checks how many times 3 goes into 5. So it goes 3, 6. Okay, you can't go above the value. So it goes into it once, and the remainder is 3 or 5 minus 3. If I put 7 in here, it goes 3, 6. If it goes after, you'll go 9, so that's too big. So 3, 6, the remainder is 1. So if I reload, there you go, we have a remainder of 1. You might be thinking, what would happen if I were to replace this division or do 4 modulus 8 as an extra task? I want you to have a go at that. Okay, so let's have a look at another type of operator, still arithmetic, and it's the increment and decrement. I'm actually going to create a variable for this. So var num equals 10, and I'm going to console log this out. So console.log, so console log num. And also I want to mention, everywhere that I've used numbers, you could use a variable instead. That's fine. You could assign this to a variable. That is fine. You could, pretty much put this anywhere. I was putting the console log just because it's easy to demonstrate. Okay, so we got this value. So let's just have a look, see what we get. We get 10. Okay, that's really cool. What happens if I were to do something really, really crazy? And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do something really crazy. So if I duplicate this, and if I do num plus semicolon, you might be thinking, whoa, what is happening here? Let me show you. If I refresh, we get 11. So this is the equivalent, I'll put a comment, equivalent of saying num equals itself plus 1. And you might be thinking, is there a a minus version? And yeah, there is. It's literally just this minus. So if I do this is the increment operator, and I'll literally just create another variable. So num2, I'll leave that as 10. We want to print out num2. We want to do num2, but instead of increment, it's the decrement operator. And it's the same thing as saying num2 equals itself minus 1. And if I print it out, the last two values should be 10 and 9. And they are not. I forgot to change this. Got to put a minus there, or two minuses, and there we go. We have two minuses there now. And that's it. That's the increment, or decrement? That don't sound right. Increment and decrement operators. You can put this directly if you want into here. That is fine as well. And let's have a look, see what we get. We get 10. You might be thinking, what is going on? We can't use it in here. We can. The reason that didn't work is I just want to show you something. I'm going to create one more set. And this applies for the increment and decrement. So I'll only do it for the one. I'll do it for the decrement, why not? So if I put in 3, and if I actually do it here instead, again, what value are we going to get? We get 10, 10. Am I thinking, didn't we decrement it? That's what I did. So if we just print out the value, what do we get? We get 9. And what happens is, if I were to do this instead, put the minus minus or the plus plus before the variable, it says 9 on that line as well. So depending on its position, if it's before, it does the takes away 1 from that variable first, then does the rest of the line. If it's afterwards, it does the rest of the line, then performs that decrement or increment. Hence why this was printing out 10, because it hadn't actually performed the decrement operation when it had that value. So that's it for arithmetic operators. There are many more operators in coding and JavaScript. I've got separate videos covering them. Feel free to take a look at the GitHub page for more information. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you comparison operators. So as the name suggests, it allows you to do some sort of comparison, compare something. You compare two pieces of data. They could be numbers, they could be strings. One might be a string, one might be a number. And you can compare them. You can see if they're equal to each other, if let's say if the numbers, if it's greater than one another. So we're going to cover all of that right now. So the first one we're going to cover is equal. And equal is double equals. So remember when we've created variables before? So if I do var, and I call this var1, I'll assign this value of 9, var2 equals 10. This single equals is a assignment operator. And it's the same in pretty much most programming languages, so just bear that in mind. This just does whatever's on the right, puts it in whatever's on the left. Whereas this just says, is the left side the same as the right side? If it is, then all good. We can basically just continue. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Let's actually use it. You would use this sort of stuff in a variety of ways. You would do it in stuff like if statements, in loops. We'll cover all of that in a separate video, but we'll demonstrate this in just the console. So console.log, and if I do var1 double equals var2, this will return true or false depending on whether or not they're the same. So if I save that, reload, we get false. If I I'm going to snap it like this, and if I change this to a 9 and I reload this, we get true. So that's pretty cool. Let me show you the next operator, which is not equal. And I'm guessing you know what this does. It just checks if, they're not equal. So if I copy this, yeah, what's happening? And to do not equal, you just do exclamation mark and then the equal sign. And if we save this, refresh, we get false because 9 is equal to 9. Therefore, this does not come up as true. If I change this to 10, however, it is now true. The next operator that we are going to look at, and this is useful in more maths scenarios than anything else, is the greater than. So greater than, and this is just this. So this is just going to check is var1 greater than var2. The way I always like to remember it is the open side is the larger, or that's trying to say that's the larger one, and the closed side is the smaller one. Okay, so if we save this, actually let me do the others as well. So to do less than, you just flip this around. And if we reload, see what we get. So we get false and true. So this is saying, is 9 greater than 10? No, it isn't. So this returns false. And here it's saying, is 9 less than 10? Yes, it is. So it returns true. What happens if they're both the same number? So let's have a look. We get false for both of them. The reason is because it's saying, is 10 greater than 10? And 10 isn't greater than 10. It's the exact same. Same with this. Is 10 less than 10? No, it's the exact same. But there is another pair which is greater than or equal to, and it's less than or equal to. And to do that, you simply put a equals on the right hand side. And now if we run it, as you can see, we get true for the bottom two because 10 is not greater than 10, 10 is not less than 10, but 10 is greater than or equal to 10, and 10 is less than or equal to 10 as well. And that's it for the comparison operator. There's actually just one more I briefly want to cover. It's in the equals. So let me copy this. And it's the triple equals. So let's save that, run it, see what we get. So we get true. You might be thinking, okay, same result. What happens if we change this? Will this change at all? No, it's still false. You're just trying to think, what's the difference? Let me show you something. So let me make this a 9. It doesn't matter, what the number is, to be fair. And, it's true. Watch what happens if one's 9, but one of them's the character 9. As you can see, the first one equates to true, second one doesn't. So double equals checks if, you can think of it as the way a human would look at it, because we could look at it and say 9, 9, they're the same. Whereas the triple equals not only checks if they're the same, but they're the same data type. And because they're not the same data type, this is a character or a string, and this is, a pure number. This is an integer. So this will come up as false. So this also factors in the data type as well. And that needs to be the same, not just purely the data that is, being checked. So that's just an extra cool, thing. All of these, except for the triple equals, is in pretty much any other language. The triple equals is only in the other programming language, so that's just something to bear in mind. Recommendation is, when you're doing JavaScript, just always use the triple equals, unless you specifically know that you might need to do a comparison where you might have a number and a string, but they could be the same. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, take a look at the GitHub source code that is provided, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this programming video I am going to show you logical operators. So logical operators essentially allow you to check if you have two or let's say more values that are, equate to true or false, and you can combine if you want, all of them to be true or just part of them to be true, or maybe you don't want them to be true. And let me show you exactly what I mean. So if I create a variable var1, I'm going to assign you a value of true, var2, assign you a value of true, and now we're going to console. First of all, the first operator is the AND operator. So I'm going to do console.log, and here we are going to put var1 double ampersand, that is the operator for this, double ampersand var2, and let's see what we get. So if we run it, we get true. So what happens if we change one of them to false? We get false, and the reason for that is the AND operator says that all of the inputs have to be true. If one of them is false, then I'm angry, then I'm false as well. Let me show you the next one. Next one is OR operator, and this is two vertical pipes, and if I run it, it gets true, and it only requires one of the inputs on either side to equate to true. And if I change this to false, however, we get false. Let me show you the last one. The last operator is the NOT operator. This is simply an exclamation mark, and if I do this, I put NOT in front of some other input. It could be in front of the output of this or the output of this, and you would need to put that in brackets, or just a single variable on its own. Let's see what we get. We get true. So basically just inverted it. That's all the NOT operator simply does. But I think, where would we use this? So this is great to be used in conjunction with the comparison operators. So let me just quickly show you something. So if I create another variable, let's call num1 equals 9, var num2 equals 10, to var num3 equals 11, var num4 equals, let's do 10, let's do 11 as well. Okay, so we're going to do console.log, and we want to check if essentially num1 is less than 10 and num3 is the same as 11. So we want both conditions to be true. So first of all, put brackets, and we want to check num1 is less than num2. We also want to check, so this is where the double ampersand comes in, if num3 is, we need to put brackets, num3 is equal to num4, and save it, see what we get. We get a print of true, because 9 is less than 10, so this essentially equates to true. Num3, does it equal num4? Yes, 11 is equal to 11, so this also equates to true. True and true is, true. So that's it for logical operators. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message and I'll assist you. There'll be the GitHub link as well, so feel free to peruse through that. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in my next awesome video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you bitwise operators. These, are really, really cool. So a bitwise operator actually, operates on a binary level. Let me just show you. So if I create two variables and call it num1, assign the value of 12. Let's do num2 equals 8, for example. And let's console.log. So the first operator that I'm going to cover in the bitwise operators is the AND operator. And this is different to the AND operator from the logical operators. One, you write it with a single ampersand, and it acts on a binary level, and it's not to do with true or false. Actually, it is, but it's more true false on a binary level. Again, let me just show you. So num1 and num2. Let's just see what we get. We get 8. And you might be thinking, what? How do we get 8? Actually, let me choose slightly different numbers. 27, 22. We get 18. Okay. You're probably thinking, if you don't know about binary operations and bitwise operators, what the hell is going on? So let me just actually write these out in binary down here. Let's write these out in binary. So 27 in binary. And let me just think 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. Yeah, well, we can actually just do it in 5-bit binary. So we can just do it as 16, 8, 4, 2, and 1. So to get 27, let me copy this. To get 27, we need to put a 1 here and a 1 here. So we get 24. Not 1 there. So we put a 0, put a 1 there, and we put a 1 there. So we get 3, 11, 27. Fantastic. Let's copy this and let's do 22 in binary. And 22 in binary is 16. 24 is too big. 20, 22, and there we go. Okay, so these are the numbers in binary. So what it does is it puts them, you can think of it like on top of each other. So 27 and 22. And then what it does is it says that 1 and 0, are they both, on? Are they both true? No, they're not. So 1 second, let me just put 0 everywhere and then I'll change it as I need to. So 1 and 0 isn't on, so it becomes a 0. Is 1 and 1 on? Yes, that becomes a 1. Is 0 and 1 on? No, because only one of them is true. So is 0, is 1 and 0 true? No, because it's the AND operator, both need to be true. So it's 0. Is 1 and 1 true? Yes, they are both true. So we get 16 plus 2, which is 18, and that's how you get the 18 right here. There is another operator, which is the bitwise OR operator, and it's just the single pipe. There's the exclusive OR operator, there's the bitwise NOT, the left and right shift with 0 as well. The principle is very similar if you watch the logical operator video, and there's really no point me just going over this again. As long as you understand what's going on here, and the logical operator video, you'll be all good to go. What I will do is provide a link with this tutorial, which takes you to some amazing resources on bitwise operators, how to use the other ones, and a bit more in depth if you're interested in that, and hopefully you are. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. There'll be a link to the GitHub page as well, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript programming video, I am going to cover the assignment operators. So we've already done one of them, so let me show you which one that is. So do var, create a variable var1 equals 9. That right here is an assignment operator. It says whatever's on the right, the data on the right, assign it to whatever's on the left, which is a variable. And if we could just do console.log, we could log this out, reload, we get 9, so that's cool. And let me just comment this, so assignment operator. So there are a bunch of others as well. And I'll change this to var2. The next operator we are going to look at is the add assignment operator. And this essentially, so if we've already got var2 equals 9, we can do var2 plus equals 6. And this just adds 6 to whatever var2 is. So as var2 is 9, we should get the value 15. Okay, you're thinking, I can guess what the next one is, and you'll be right. It's the subtract assignment operator. So subtract assignment operator. Now, as usual, feel free to pause the video if you think you know what's coming up next. Try and have a go, and then press the play button again. So var3, instead of plus, we're going to do minus var3. Reload, we get 3. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. And let me just quickly put the next two. The next two is just the multiplication assignment operator. Booklet multiplication assignment operator. And we'll do var4. We'll do times var4, and this is going to be division assignment operator, var5, and finally /. Let's run it. For the last two values, we get 54. So it's done 9, or whatever's in var4, times it by 6. We get 54. And you know, you could do this line again, or you know, any line again. And let me show you. We get 324. Or what we could do is var4 plus equals 1. So we get 54, then we add 1, which is 55. 55 times 6, so 50 times 6 is 300. 5 times 6 is 30. So you get 330. We haven't saved it yet. You get 330. Okay, so let me just get rid of that and refresh. We get 1.5 here, so it's just doing whatever's in var5, which is 9. 9 divided by 6 is 1.5. And the final operator is the modulus assignment operator. So let me just modulus assignment operator. So call it var6. And then the modulus operator in general is the %. If I run that, what it does is it performs the modulus operator on var6, or whatever's in var6, which happens to be 9. It says 9 modulus 6. Whatever we get from that gets assigned to this variable var6. And modulus just checks the remainder. So 9 modulus 6. 6 goes into it once with a remainder of 3. Therefore, it is assigned the value of 3. And that is it for the assignment operators. Probably the main one you'll use is this, and you won't even know that you're using it. And you'll definitely use these a lot. Modulus, I'll say less so, and these a relative amount, but not as much as the first 3. That's it for the assignment operators. If you have any questions, as usual, feel free to pop me a message. The GitHub link to all of the source code will be available with this tutorial. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the conditional operator. I think you can guess it's an operator that allows you to check some sort of condition. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big fan of the conditional operator. I generally don't like using it simply because I don't like the syntax, the format of it. I would rather use a conditional statement such as an if statement, but I think it is important to show you the different programming features, even if I particularly don't like them. So you can choose which ones you want to use, but I'll give you my opinion as well. So okay, what we're going to do is create a couple of variables. So var num1, assign this a value of 9, var num2, assign this a value of 100. Doesn't really matter what they are. And we're going to create another variable. I'm going to call it result equals, and this is going to be our conditional operator. So what we do is put brackets, then we put some sort of check, the sort of checks that we've done before in the previous videos that allow us to actually, check if two variables are the same. So the equal operator, the not equal to the greater than, so basically the comparison operators. So you put one of them in here, it doesn't really matter which one, you can choose. I'm simply going to say num1 they will equal to num2. So does num1 equal num2? And we know it doesn't. And then what you do is put a question mark, and now you put a value. So if I put, let's say, yay, and then I'll put colon nay, semicolon this up. Let me just reduce the size of this. So what this is saying, if num1 equals num2, then assign this value. It doesn't have to be a string. It could be an object. It could be a number. It doesn't really matter. Assign this value to result. Otherwise, if this condition fails, assign nay. So if we do console.log and print out the result of that, refresh, we get nay, because 9 does not equal 100. If I change this to 100, however, and reload, we get yay, because it does equal it. And honestly, that's it. You know, I could put, you know, less than, and if I were to put that, if I were to put that, 100 is not less than 100. They are the same. Therefore, it assigns nay. Again, you can put any comparison operator, any combination of them, and if the result of what's in these brackets is true, then it will assign this value. Otherwise, it assigns this value. So that's it for the conditional operator. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. The GitHub link will be available so you can check out the source code as well. And I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the type of operator, and this essentially allows you to check some, information, some data, and check the data type of it. So if I create a variable, call it var1, and assign the value of 10,001, or I'll make it symmetrical, 10,001, and now if I do console.log, and I'm going to console log, you put type of, as you can see, it's changed color, it's a built-in keyword, type of var1, save that, reload, it is a number. If, however, I create a new variable and I'll call it var2, I'm going to put a string, so hello world, and I copy and paste this. It says it is a string. So this allows you to check the data type. This is really, really useful. What I would recommend is check this video, which I'm sure you're already doing if you're listening to me, obviously. Have a look at the conditional statements video, which is essentially the if statements. Once you're familiar with that, or you can use a conditional operator if you want, if you prefer that. I prefer conditional statements. Either way, one of the two. And essentially check if one of these, or let's say if var1 equals a number, so this, then print something out. Instead of just printing out the data type, print out something like this is a number, else this is not a number. Or an else if, which is something that you'll learn from the conditional statements video. So that is it for the type of operator. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message and I will assist you. As usual, the GitHub link will be provided as well, and I look forward to seeing you in the next programming video. Hello, in this JavaScript programming video, I am going to show you conditional statements. So a conditional statement allows you to check if a condition is true. If so, run a certain piece of code. If it isn't, then you could check for another condition, so almost like a fallback condition, and then ultimately you could fall back on sort of a default set of code as well. So let's just dive right into it. Let's create a couple of variables. So num1, assign the value of 9. Keep using, the value 9. There's no significance to it. Num2, I'll use a value that I'm positive I have not used yet. 314, which is also the first 3 digits of pi, 3.14, semicolon. And now the format, the syntax of a conditional statement is pretty simple. You put if, open close bracket, and in here you put your condition. So let's check if num1 is less than num2. In here you can put any comparison operator. So the comparison operators that you've used, or anything that can basically return a true or false value, you can put in here, and you can mix and match them with brackets as much as you want. So if we do num1, if num1 is less than num2, then you put curly braces like so, and any code within these two curly braces will only be run if this condition is true. So we'll do a console.log saying num1 is less than num2. That's pretty cool. Let's save it, run it, see what happens. Let's say num1 is less than num2. I want to capitalize that. And what would happen if I change this to 900? Nothing. Or this check happens. It says, is 900 less than 314? No, it isn't. Therefore, it just skips this code block and just keeps running the application. As there's no code remaining, it doesn't do anything. So if we want to run another condition, we can tag on an else if, and this will only get checked if this equates to false. So if we do num1 is greater than num2, then we'll print this out. But saying is greater than num2, so if we refresh, it says num1 is greater than num2, but the first one wasn't printed out. And if we change this back to a 9 and reload, it says num1 is less than num2. So this condition is checked. If this equates to true, all of the code, not just this one line, if there's more than one line, it could be a bunch of loops, a bunch of function calls, which we will get onto very soon. All of the code within these parentheses will be initiated. If this is false, and only then, like the else if will be called. So it says num1 is greater than num2. And there are other, let me just, it is weird. Ooh. There we go. Okay. There are other, I want it all on one line. You can put multiple else ifs as well. Obviously in this scenario there isn't much point, because if it's less than that, greater than that, the only other option is to check if it's equal to it. And you can also have a fallback, which is else. And if all of the other conditions, so the if condition and the else if conditions fail, then this code will be called, and this is, you can think of it as default code. So I'm going to say default fallback code, reload, that won't get run. If I change this to 314, so what happens, it says, is 314 less than 314? Well, no it isn't, they're the same. So this fails. Then it goes to the next else if. It says, is 314 greater than 314? Nope, they're still the same. So that also fails. Then it goes to this else, and the else doesn't have a condition. So it just says, let's just run this piece of code. So if we reload, it says default fallback code. If you have an else, make sure it's at the end. It needs to be at the end of your if else if statement. You could just have an if else, or you could have an if else if, or you could have a multiple else if as well, obviously with different conditions, otherwise the code would be redundant. And you could have multiple other if statements as well, or doing their own special checks. But that's it honestly for conditional statements. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you the switch statement. So the switch statement is sort of similar to the if statement. If you essentially just want to check if, let's say, a variable equals some value, and then else if that variable equals another value, else if that variable equals another value, and etc, etc, otherwise have some sort of default fallback, then a switch is fantastic. Outside of that sort of scenario, a switch is, well, useless. So if you are essentially just checking against a single variable and it is a simple equals comparison, then a switch is pretty good. So let me create a variable. So var, I will call this awesome var, and assign a value of 4. And now to do switch statement, you put switch, and then you put open close bracket. Inside here you put the variable that you're checking, so awesome var, then you put curly braces, and then you put something called a case, and here is where you put what you want to check your variable is equal to. So let's put 0, then you put colon, and then what you do is put the keyword break and any code that you want to run. If awesome var equals 0, you put in between the case and the break. So I'm simply going to do console.log this is 0, and I'll do a total of 6 conditions. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I just need to update these values as well. 3, 4, 5, save it, and if I reload, see what we get. It says this is 4 because it goes here, awesome var, it assigns the value of 4 to it, and it checks, is awesome var equal to 0? Nope. Is awesome var equal to 1? Nope. Is it equal to 2? No. 3? No. Is it equal to 4? Yes, it is. Says this is 4, and that is it. Okay, so if you want some sort of default fallback, so if I change this to 40, which isn't one of the valid cases, one of the valid checks, you reload, as you can see, nothing appears. If you want a default, you just put the keyword default, colon at the end, and you can put console.log, and add a few extra empty lines so it's easier to see. We'll just say this is the default value. Okay, and what you can do, you put in a break here because the default at the end is sort of redundant, but we'll put it there, and I'm going to explain in a second exactly what that actually does. And if I reload it, as you can see, this is the default value. So that is really it for the switch statement. The only one last thing I want to explain is the break case. So let me show you what happens. So if I put 0, and it says this is 0, okay, that's pretty cool. Let's actually comment out this break, this break, this break. That should be enough to illustrate the point. If I reload, we get this is 0, this is 1, 2, and 3. You might be thinking, but awesome var is only 0. But what happens is if it gets into a case, so it gets into case 0, it doesn't have to be the first case. So let me demonstrate. So I'll put case 1. It gets into case 1. Let's change it back to 0. So it gets into this first case, prints out this bit of code. Because it doesn't see a break statement, it just keeps going. But it doesn't actually continue with the checks. It just goes to the code inside the next check. There's no break. It goes to the next checks code, no break. Goes to the next checks code, and then there is a break. You might be thinking, when would you actually want something like this? And the scenario is when you actually have some code that you want to run for, let's say, multiple conditions. And the way you could actually do that is by doing something like this. So maybe you want the same code for case 0, 1, 2, and 3, And there you go, it'll run the same bit of code. And let me just change this back. So that's it for the switch statement. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you loops, and more specifically the for loop. So what is a loop? If you haven't already guessed, it's essentially a little feature in programming that allows you to run a piece of code several times without having to write that code several times. So let me show you a for loop. So use the keyword for, open close brackets. In here there are three main parts, and these parts are separated by semicolons. The first part is the sort of setup initialization stage. So let's say any variables that you're using for the loop you would set up and create here. So let's say for the var I, and I'll set it to 0 by default. And the next step is the condition. So you can think of this as a comparison operator. So this is where you would put something like that. So this is the condition. While this condition is true, the loop will continue running. And this condition, I'll say while I is less than 100. And so that means once I hit 100 or above, the loop will stop. And this little part here is called the iteration statement. And this essentially is a piece of code that is run after each single pass of the for loop. So for this, we'll just say I++. So what this is going to do is add 1 to I. And we could do something like, plus equals 10 as well. But let's just do I++ for now. And then you put curly braces. Everything within these curly braces will be run as a part of the for loop. Okay, so let's just simply do console.log. Let's just console log I, reload, see what we get. Okay, so what's happened? It's logged out 0 to 99. You might be thinking, okay, 0, it started at 0, why did it stop at 99? The reason is, so what it does, it starts at 0, console logs it, then it adds 1 to it. So I is now 1, then 2, 3, 4, all the way to 98, 99. But when it adds 1 to 99 and it becomes 100, remember, after every single pass of the for loop, this condition is checked. So when it says is 99 less than 100, yes, that's the reason this is printed out. Once 1 is added to it, it's 100 now. So it says is 100 less than 100? No, it isn't. They're the same. So it doesn't print it out. What you could do is put less than or equal to, and this will print it out from 0 to 100. Let's change this up slightly. So we do something like, let's do something like this. So we just times it by, let's do 1.5 every single time. See what we get. Okay, we've hit an infinite for loop. So what has happened? It does not like this at all for some reason. Let me try something else. Plus equals. Okay, still does not like that. Run that, and is this okay? Okay, so that is fine. So I just want to try one thing. Plus equals 10. So why did the times equals not work? Okay, so times equals doesn't seem to work here for some reason. So plus equals works. That I did not know, so I've learned something new as well. Okay, so sort of not letting me, do anything with Chrome. Luckily for us, we have, let's see if I can get this closed down, close that down, change this back to a plus, and I'll do it to 2. Okay, so that's interesting. I didn't know that. learn something new. Go back to inspect. So it's added 2 to it till it's hit the condition. And in here you can do whatever you want. So we could, print something out and say something like, this is position I, reload. As you can see, it says this is position 0, 2, 4, and you could be storing these numbers in a database. It could be a game where you're moving the character around the screen. You can absolutely do whatever you want. So that's a for loop. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. There'll be a link to the GitHub page, which contains all the source code from every single tutorial in this series. And as usual, thank you for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript programming video, I am going to show you the for in loop. So if you haven't checked out the for loop video, I highly recommend that you take a look at that and then come back here. So welcome back if you took a break to have a look at the for loop video. Okay, so the for in loop, pretty similar, but it is useful if you have an object like this, for example, and you want to be able to loop over it, because normally if you want to access items of this object, do amazing object, I've got a separate section for objects covering all of this and several other different types of objects. Feel free to check that out. And to access it, we'll do something like A, where A is the key, 1 is the value. You get 1. If I do C, for example, I get 3. Okay, that's pretty simple. But imagine if there was 100 of these in here. You don't know what the keys are necessarily. This is where a for in loop really comes into play. And you could do whatever you want with it. You could loop over some data, put in a database. Maybe it's something you got from a database, whatever. I'm simply going to print it out to the console. So you put the keyword for, open close bracket. The difference here, instead of putting 3 parts as you would with a normal for loop, you put var, and let's call this item in amazing object. Okay, so what this is essentially doing is getting every single item one by one from this object. So this is saying for every item, this is what we're creating in amazing object. Now to the console.log, and all we have to do is do amazing object item, save that, reload. As you can see, it prints it all out. Let's have a look at what item actually is. So we'll print out item. We'll also print out a colon between it so you can see the difference. So item is simply the key. It just gets the key. So if I change this to my name, so Farhan, for example, reload, this is dynamic and it updates. It doesn't matter how long this object is. It doesn't matter the names of the keys of the object. It just works. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. Feel free to take a look at the GitHub link as well. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the while loop. So I've got a for loop right here. If this seems a bit alien to you, I would recommend going and checking out the for loop video. Once you've done that, feel free to pop on back. Okay, so we've got this for loop and it's just printed out this. It's just incremented it by 2 every single time. All cool stuff. There's something called a while loop. Let me show you how a while loop works. Pretty similar. A couple of differences. And in a for loop, there's 3 main parts. There's the setup, the initialization, the condition, the sort of end iteration statement. Whereas in a while loop, there's only one part, and that's the condition itself. So if I copy this, and you might be thinking, okay, so how does he get the setup? Any setup needs to occur before. So I'll call this var j equals 0, and we'll essentially simulate this. And any incrementation needs to actually occur within the actual loop itself. It could be at the end of the loop, or it could be before some other statements. That's totally up to you. And let me just copy this line. So this is position for J, and say this is position for I. Save that, and I need to change this to a J. Refresh, so we get I 0 to 100, and then J 0 to 100. Okay, where would you use a while loop over a for loop? Okay, so this variable right here that we're using, if this is already being created and you're just going to use in the while loop, that's a good scenario to use the while loop, where you're not actually specifically creating this variable purely for the loop itself. Then a while loop is good for it. Whereas if you just want to run a piece of code several times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10 times, doesn't really matter how many times, but you don't actually have this sort of iterator variable already set up and you need to create a new one, then a for loop is the way to go. So that's it for the while loop. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you the do while loop. So we got the for loop, the while loop right here. If any of this seems alien to you, I highly recommend going and checking out the for loop and the while loop videos. So what's a do while loop? A do while loop, very similar to a while loop, but it is run once at the very least, then the condition is checked. So a for loop and a while loop have this condition right here. And this is checked at the start of running the loop every single time. And if it's valid, then it runs it. If not, then it doesn't run it. Whereas the do while loop, the condition is checked at the end, so it will get run at least once. And if we simulate something very similar, we're using a do while loop. So if we do var x or ij, let's do k equals 0, and then the format is do. And then let's copy this JK. So the rest of it, apart from the condition where that is checked, is the same as the while loop. And then you just put here while, and now you put your condition. So we're going to say k less than or equal to 100. Save that, refresh, and you might think, okay, produce the exact same results, so how is this any different? At the moment it isn't, but look what happens if I change this to 1,000 and the condition says only run this for loop if I is less than 100. At the start it's 1,000, so it's not going to run it. J will set to 1,000, and we'll set k to 1,000 as well. Okay, let's reload it. As you can see, you get one print statement or one log statement, and it says this is position for k 1,000. So what's happened? In the for loop, I is 1,000. The condition is if it's less than or equal to 100. 1,000 is much bigger than 100, therefore this doesn't get run. J is 1,000. The condition for the while loop is j less than or equal to 100? No, 1,000 again is a lot bigger, so this loop isn't run. K is set to 1,000, but here it runs this piece of code, which is this right here. Then it checks for the condition. Is k less than 100? So is 1,000 less than or equal to 100? So is 1,000 less than or equal to 100? No, it isn't. It's much bigger. And then it doesn't run it anymore, but it runs the code at least once. So if you need to do, let's say if you have some code and you need to at least run it once, maybe some sort of check, some sort of input from the user. So this is great if you're getting input from the user, and this condition is used to check if the input is valid or not. So if the user provides some invalid input, you keep asking them till they provide valid input. This is fantastic. So that's a do while loop. These are the main loops that you will be dealing with. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you some more advanced techniques that you can use on loops. You can use them on any of the loops. I'll just keep it simple and use it on the for loop. Okay, so let's just get rid of this. Let's get this all snapped. Ooh, got a little error here, price signage error. I will sort that out afterwards. Let's reload and make sure we're getting what we want. Ooh, no, we're not. This from the previous video. Let's put this back to 0. Here we go. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, so there's two really cool statements that you can use with loops. There's the break statement and the continue statement. So the break statement, as soon as it hits that inside of a loop, anywhere, whether it's in an if statement in the loop or in some other curly braces, it will essentially just break out of that loop. So let me show you. Really simple. So I'm gonna do. Actually, I'll just check at the start and say if it equals 50, we'll say break. So if I save it, reload, we get it all printed out. But if we look, we get 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, we get to 48. But when it hits 50, it goes inside here and it does break, and that literally just cancels out of the for loop. Any code afterwards will still continue running. And the other statement I want to show you is the continue statement. So if I put continue, what this does is skips this particular iteration of the for loop, or the loop I should say, and then it continues with any more iterations it has left. So if I reload, as you can see, we get 0 and it finishes at 100. But if we go up and get to where 50 should be, we go 46, 48, but then it skips to 52. Because when I is 50, it continues. So what that does is skips any code after that, goes back to the start of the loop, and just continues with the next iteration of that loop. And that's some really cool advanced techniques that you can use with loops. These are pretty universal in most languages, and in some programming languages, the code is exactly the same. It's one of the things I love about JavaScript. Not only is it so easy to set up and actually use, a lot of the syntax is almost identical to many other popular languages like C++, C, PHP, because it's built on top of that C++ sort of syntax and foundation. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you events. So we're going to do some really basic HTML here, and I'm just going to write the JavaScript code here as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is do events. Event is when something happens, like you click a button, you move your mouse, it enters a particular location or like an element on the screen. That is an event that has been triggered, and as a result, you can do something. I'm just going to show you the on-click event. The principle is the same for all the other events. I will provide a link that shows you all of the different events that JavaScript provides. I think I've said the word event a million times in the last 10 seconds alone. So I will stop saying that word for now. So to implement, I need to say it. To implement an event, pretty simple. You just need to add a attribute to any element. So we just do on click. So this is for the click one, but there are other ones as well, like there's on mouse down. Sublime is pretty good like this, and it shows you the different ones when you just start typing equals. And in here we actually specify a method that gets called, which is written in our JavaScript here. So I'm just going to say call this awesome func. So there we go. And if we copy that, and here we just create our function the way we normally would. We could pass in some parameters if we wanted to, but we're going to keep it simple. We're just going to do a console.log. I'm going to say hello. So if I reload it, obviously nothing's happened. If I click it, it says hello, and every time I click it, it does another one. And that's it for events. Commonly you would have events like on click on more conventional clickable items like a button, and not just some title, but the principle is exactly the same. It's an attribute, you assign it to an element, have some sort of function name, the function goes here, put some code in between it, any sort of code, again, it's just any type of function, and that's it. Like I said, I'll provide a link so you can see all of the other different events that you can tap into. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you cookies. So what are cookies? Are they those delicious treats? Well, yeah, they are them as well, but that's not the cookies we are talking about. But saying that, I've got some cookies, a pack of them. I'm going to open them, not have one. I'm going to have the entire pack. You programmers know what I'm talking about. You can't just have one cookie. It'd be a waste of effort opening, that entire pack. Okay, so cookies allow you to store some data locally on your web browser, and they're great if you want something to persist between the different pages of your website, maybe to keep track that you're logged in or that you set something. So what I'm going to do is create a couple of, I'll just create a couple of headers, and I'm going to call this get cookie. And I'm actually going to do an on-click event, so make sure you check out the events video if you haven't. And I'm going to call this get cookie. I actually prefer both letters to be capital. So actually no, this will be called set cookie. And I'll do one for get cookie as well. Get cookie. And now we need to create a function for set cookie. And now we need a function for get cookie. And now if I was to in here to set a cookie, you do document.cookie equals quotation marks, and now the format is you have a key, then you have a value. So the key, let's say username equals now the value. So the value will be, I don't know, my name, Farhan. And then if you have another cookie, you put semicolon, then key equals value, etc. You can also do something called an expiry as well. And I think you can guess what the expiry does. It allows you to set a date and a time when your cookies will actually expire. And to do that, you just do expires equals, and then you just set an expiry date. It's going to leave you as default. I'm not really interested. You've got to spell expires right, but we're not really interested in that. Okay, so if I save that, and in here to get a cookie, let's do document.cookie for example. And what we're going to do is we are going to do console.log document.cookie. And now we are going to print this stuff out. We could get individual cookies as well. We could split them up. It's just essentially an array. So once you check out the array video and you're comfortable with that, you can adapt it to cookies. So if I save this, reload. Oh yeah, you might be thinking, why am I doing it on Safari? Just because cookies on a local HTML file that's open like this and not on a website, Chrome, without setting a particular flag and rebooting Chrome, does not allow you to use cookies just locally. Obviously online that's fine, so when you're making a website for yourself or a client, don't worry. Whereas Safari lets me use it locally. That's the only reason why. Okay, so if I reload, and I'll call this set cookie, reload, let's click the get cookie button. So we get this username Farhan. So this is a cookie that I actually set before, and as you can see, it's persisted even though I haven't set this one yet. But if I click set cookie now, click get cookie, we've got the username equals Farhan and this other one, the username of Farhan, some dodgy cookie. And if I reload the page, I'm reloading it, I click get cookie, they persist. And another amazing thing is if you're on the same website, so for example, my company's website is sonarsystems.co.uk. Maybe you're on there and on the home page it sets a cookie. Maybe you set your username, you go to a different page, and maybe that's sonarsystems.co.uk /epic page, for example. you can access that cookie that you set. And cookies are really cool. You might be thinking, okay, outside of an expiry, can we get rid of the cookie? And yeah, you can. You can simply delete a cookie. And deleting cookies are pretty darn easy, to be fair. So to be able to delete a cookie, what you have to do is just set an expiry. So you just do, document.cookie equals, then the quotation marks, expires equals, and just set an expiry in the past. And they expire. And that's how you delete a cookie. I'm actually going to leave that as an extra task for you. So feel free to check that out. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. And I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to demonstrate page redirect. So what we can do is redirect to a different page. It could be a redirection on our own website, so to another page, or to a totally different website. So what I'm going to do is simply create a div. I'll do a H1 just so it's big and easy to see. I'm going to call this Google. So when we click this, it will redirect us to Google. Actually, you know what? I'll redirect you to my company page. And so on click. So this event, nothing new. Feel free to check out the events video. And I'm going to call this redirect. And now put it here. Function. Okay, so in here, it's really simple to redirect. Just do window.location. So it's basically saying this window, change the location of the page, and this equals the quotation marks. And in between here, you put your company website. So I'm going to say https:// www.sonarsystems.co.uk. Spell it correctly. There we go. Refresh. I'll click this. It's redirecting, and it's redirected to a different web page. And that's it. That's how you redirect. Just window.location equals, and then the actual page you want to redirect to. It could be just on your own website, or it could be somewhere else. So if I were to do something like hello.html, reload, as you can see, it's failed because it's tried to get hello.html. Obviously, that doesn't exist, but that's how you would redirect to another local file, whether that's local on your computer or on a server. But if you want to go to a totally different website, you do it in the conventional, HTTPS or http:// www. website name, and then the TLD as well. So that's it. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you, what do you think I'm going to show you? Dialog boxes. So there are 3 different dialog boxes. There's an alert dialog box, a confirmation, and a prompt dialog box. In a separate video, I covered the prompt one because it allows you to get some input from the user, and we just sort of needed that earlier on. So I'll actually ignore that one, and I'll just focus on the alert and confirmation. So let's just quickly, add some element, and I'm just gonna say, click me, and so on click, I'm gonna say, hello, click. And I'm going to create a function called hello click. Okay, so a regular alert, you just put the keyword alert, and you put some text in here, what you want to alert the user. You can say, stop clicking me, save that, refresh, click it, it says stop clicking me. And he says we can, click OK. And we can't do any, anything else on the page at all till we've dealt with that alert. So that's fantastic. If, the user's done something, it might be right or wrong, but you just want to get the focus, prevent them from doing anything else, and make sure that they are aware of some, information. The next type of alert, and I'll duplicate this method, and I'll call this confirm click, and this will just be alert. I'll rename it just to alert, and I'll actually rename this as well, to be fair. Alert. Confirm. Okay, so the confirmation dialog box is slightly different, and the way you do it is confirm, and you say, are you Batman? And if I reload, obviously the original one still works, and as you see I can't do anything, but if I click this one, this actually gives me a choice. So if you're, again, I can't do anything on the page till I've dealt with this dialog box, and it's saying, are you Batman? You have some sort of question, and you say yes or no, or okay or cancel. Okay, you might be thinking, how do we actually get the result of that? It's actually really simple. When this is initiated, this will return some sort of result. So if we do var and say value equals this, and let's print this, so console.log value. Let's reload, click confirm, click cancel, go to the console. It says false. Let me show you again. So if I click confirm, okay, or confirm, okay, still true, confirm, cancel, we get false. And honestly, that's it. What I want you to do as a extra task is do some sort of conditional statement, check in the value whether it's true or false, and as a result, do something. Instead of just printing out true or false, print out saying, well, you are Batman, come to our party, or no, you're not Batman, go home. Something along those lines. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video I am going to show you the void operator. So the void operator, you attach it to some sort of function and it returns, undefined. You might be wondering, why would you want it to return undefined? Sometimes you require that result. So if you want to, perform some code and you need to have a return of undefined, void is the great. It is the route to go. Okay, so let's create a little, what should we do? Yeah, let's just create a quick H1. So on click, we'll call this void func. Void's a reserved keyword, so we can't use that. So we'll call it void func. Rename it to void to capital V. And we'll call this void, and here we'll put, so what you do void, then function, then your function name, so it's void func, open close bracket, curly braces. Just one thing, because this is like an operator method, you have to have another set of opening closing brackets and a semicolon here. You could put it all on one line, but just a little, I think, better like this. So let's see what happens. So if I do a console.log, like so, and we do, you know what? I'm not going to do it on click. I'm not going to do it on click at all. So I'm actually going to remove that. I'm going to take this. I'll just take it to this file. And I'm actually going to manually call the function myself. So I'm going to say void func. So console log, I'm going to say hi. So reload, says hi, but then it says uncaught reference error, void func is not defined. So even though void func is actually defined here, because we put the keyword, so if I actually get rid of that, oh yeah, it's this extra little bit here that's messing it up. There we go. So if you want to be able to run some piece of code, but then you need a response that says it's undefined, you may need that for some sort of error check-in using some sort of try-catch block, then the void operator is the way to go. That's it for this video. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you how to trigger the print method. So if you go to like Chrome, go to File, click Print, this little thing gets triggered, and obviously there's nothing in there to print. So if I were to just simply put, I don't know, H1, hello world, and go back, go to here, print. I think oh, I forgot to reload it. Oh, my bad. I was wondering why did that not work. There we go. Okay, so if you want to actually trigger it programmatically, so like a button on your website triggers the print method, you can do that pretty easily. So I'll create let's create a div, and this will have an on-click event. So on-click equals print, and I'll say print the page. And now what we do in here, we're going to create a function called, well, print. I think you can guess that. And then in here to print, it's actually really simple. You just do window.print, not print, print, reload, click print the page. As you can see, it's triggered it, and it's printing the entire page. And honestly, that's it. That's all there is to triggering the print event in a web browser via your website. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. As usual, there will be a GitHub link to all of the source code, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the number object. So we can create, a simple variable. Let's say we call it I, and we assign it the value of 9 with console.log. And we could pass this as a parameter to a method, save it to a database using a mathematical calculation. Use it however we want. So if we reload that, we get the value 9. That's pretty cool. But what we can do is create a number object, which pretty simple to create it, to be fair. You just do new. So with all objects, you need to use the keyword new, and then number, then the actual, just a regular number. So if I put 67.4630098, and if I were to just print that out, so if I do console.log, let's see what we get. I reload, we get, it's something slightly different. It says number, then this, and then we got a bunch of other stuff. You might be thinking, what the hell is this? It's because it's an object that has a variety of properties, such as methods and functionality, that you can use to manipulate your number. So let me show you, some of that functionality. So if I do console log, and what I'm going to do now is use the precision method. So if I do dot to precision, and if I put, I don't know, a value of 3, save that, refresh, it prints out 67.5. So it's done it to 3 significant figures. So if you want to do stuff like precision, just great for that. And then, there's other methods as well. I won't, show you all of them, but you can easily locate them. What I'll do is that I'll actually provide a link where you can locate or you can see all the different methods. And another one that you can do is like console.log. If you need it, this number specifically as a string, you can just do dot to string. So this will convert it into an ASCII string, which is comprised of characters. Again, it looks the same here, but when you're doing data manipulation, putting it into database or in doing some sort of computation, you might need it specifically as a string. You can do stuff like exponentials as well. That's 2 exponential. I'll leave that as an extra test for you. One last thing that I want to show you with numbers is, so not specifically on this number object, but on this number right here, so just the actual object itself, not our specific object. So for the console log number dot max underscore value, spell it correctly, refresh. Why did that not work? Number. I don't know why I put a lowercase n. Uppercase n. I literally pointed to this as well. So for reload, so this just actually tells us the maximum value our numbers can be. As you can see, it is a very large number. You can do the same with min, value as well. And there's a few other properties, but this is what you need to know. Any sort of object is something that contains other properties. It could be variables, it could be methods, so functionality around some sort of data. In this case, it's numbers, and it allows you to easily manipulate those numbers. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, because this can be a slightly hard topic to get your head around, feel free to pop me a message. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the Boolean object. So this is a really easy one. Normally, you'd create a Boolean variable like this. I don't know where the LM came from. Is Lamar doing something? var1 equals false, or true. So that's how you create, regular Boolean variable. A Boolean object, I call it bool obj. Obj is short for object. Equals new Boolean. Remember, you need the keyword new and then the actual object you're creating. Then an initial value, so false. And let's do console.log. Let's log out var1. Let's log out bool obj. Let's see what we get. So we get false for the var1 because that's all it contains. Whereas for the Boolean object, it prints out false, but it's a little more to it, because the way objects work, they have properties and they have functionality that goes beyond the data itself, and you can use that to manipulate it. So if I did bool obj dot toStrings, this is one of the methods that it has. If I reload that, we get false. As you can see, it's a slightly different color because it's a string compared to the other one. You can get another thing that you can get is value of. And for reload, that actually gets the true value. As you can see, it's the same color now, and that's the Boolean value. Same if it's true or false. So that's a Boolean object. There's actually a few different ways to actually create one. You could put false in there, you could put 0, you could put null, and obviously positive, it's essentially the opposite. What I'm actually going to do is provide a really great link from the MDN, which is Mozilla Developer Network, and that has a huge amount of resources, not just for Boolean objects, but a variety of other features as well. And check that out. Experiment with the different ways of creating Boolean objects, and honestly, MDN is one of the best resources if you are a web developer or just interested in JavaScript. That's it. Thanks for watching. If you got any questions, feel free to put me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the string object. So a normal string variable, you create it like this, say call var1 equals, and I'm going to put hello world. And a string object, slightly different. You do var, obviously name it whatever you want. I'm going to put a string obj equals new. You need a new keyword for your object and the actual object name, and then some initial data to create it. And I'll just use the same one so you can see a direct comparison between the two roots, a regular variable and a string object. So now if we were to do console.log var1 and put a string obj here. Now if we reload, we get hello world, but this, it's got a bit more to it. As you can see, it has all the different, characters in there. It has the length, and we can actually access a lot of these properties. We can access all the properties there. And that's the beauty of using a string object. If you purely just want to contain a string, and potentially that variable might contain another piece of data of a different data type, then you want to use a variable, or even if it's a string, you simply want to display it. That's it, purely as simple as that. Then just use a variable. It takes up less memory and it's easy to write. But if you need something a bit more to be able to manipulate the string object is the way to go. So if we just do string object.length and we run this, so that's a property, not a method in there, we get a value of 11. So we got 5 characters for world, 5 for 11, 5 for hello, and the space is also a valid character as well. Okay, so there's a variety of methods that we can utilize as well. There's like so many, but I'm just going to show you some of the basics. And what I'll do is I'll provide a link where you can see all of the different methods that you can use to manipulate strings. So what we can do is, there is actually one that is very useful, is we can have 2 uppercase. Now I think you can guess what this particular method does. So this, at this point, returns the uppercase version of whatever's stored inside of it. Let's run it. We get hello world, but it's all uppercase. So if you need an uppercase version, but you might not need it all the time, you can use that method. If you need a lowercase version, I think you can guess what the lowercase version is as well. If you purely need just the actual string itself, just put console.log string obj dot value of. Now if you run it, we get just a pure regular string. So if you do just need the pure string, that is the way to go. And there's a variety of other methods where you can search inside of it. You can use, regular expressions. You can, have match, replace functions. You can basically check which character is at a particular index, get that character as well. So there's so much functionality around string objects. Like I said, as long as you understand what we've done in this video and how to do it, you'll be good to go. I'll provide a link to the Mozilla Developer Network that shows you all of the different facets of string objects. And if you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the date object. So this is really cool. You can get, like the day, the milliseconds. You can, do a bunch of manipulation. As usual, there's so much, so many features to be able to showcase just in one quick video. But if you understand what we're going to cover in a moment, then you'll be good to go. I'll provide a link to the Mozilla Developer Network, amazing website, and you'll see all the different, properties and the methods that you can utilize. Okay, so to create a object, there's actually a few different ways. I'll show you the most basic way. So let's just call it date obj equals date. The date object has optional parameters as well, stuff like millisecond, date, string. We can just keep it simple like this. Like I said, I'll provide a link where you can extend it, but as long as you understand what we're doing here, you're good to go. So now let's just do console.log to see what this actual date object, as of now, before we utilize any of its properties, actually has, what it is. So it's a Saturday, November 3rd, which is, is the date. And it says 3:10:07, and so I'm guessing if I were to reload it, the seconds are changing as well. Greenwich Mean Time, yes, I am in the UK, so all of that lines up. That's pretty darn cool. But again, we might not just want it like, well, as simple as this. We might want a bit more than this, so we could do console.log, and on this date object, we could get, what should we get? let's get the year. So if maybe we just need the year. So maybe this is to do with something with age, and we just want to check the age of what a user has put in. That did not work. So what have I done wrong? Clearly I've done something wrong. So date obj, that's all spelled correctly, dot get full year. I can't see anything specifically wrong with that. Again, obviously, are you being serious? I think I know what the issue is. I can't believe I made this mistake. But the new keyword is an object, so we need the new keyword. There we go. Well, I was unable to access this full range of properties. Okay, so we've got 2018. That is pretty darn cool. You can get a bunch of other stuff as well. So you can get, the UTC equivalent of the hours, the milliseconds, the minutes, the months, and seconds. So you can, you can set the year manually. So if you want to override that, you can get the string equivalent of these as well. So to get the string equivalent, let's say if we do console.log date obj.to string, save that, refresh, we get, so that is the string equivalent and not just like a simple object. Also, what we can get is to time string, and I think you can guess what this does. This just gets the time portion of the string, and there are methods to be able to just purely get like the hours, and you can set the hours and the minutes, and even go down as far as the milliseconds or as something specific as days. So that's it. As long as you understand how to create it, make sure you put the new keyword. I forgot at the start. This is how you use it, and apart from that, you're good to go. I'll provide a link with all of the properties listed on there. As usual, thank you for watching, and if you have any other videos, I'm the one providing the videos. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video, which I will be providing. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to demonstrate, can you think what I'm going to demonstrate? I'm going to demonstrate the regular expression object, the regex. So if you don't know what regex is or where regular expressions are, they essentially take in a string and they allow you to manipulate them so you could filter them, maybe swap words around, and that's what we'll do, because there's so many other features that you could do. You could check for a pattern, so they're great if you want to check if a string is a valid email type. A regex won't allow you to check if it's an actual valid email, but just that the format is a valid email. There's a bunch of other things that you can check as well. You could string together a bunch of different conditions, like, oh, it has to have 4 spaces and 2 S's in there, and 3 of this and 1 of this and in this order, and you could do all of that check. What I'll do is I'll provide the Mozilla Developer Network link for regex, so you can see all the different properties. I'll also provide one more link which will essentially allow you to generate your own regular expressions, because generally speaking, basic ones, they're okay to make yourself, otherwise your user generator, it's just too cumbersome to try and make it up yourself. Okay, so first of all, there are a couple of different ways you can create it. You can use the new keyword to create it, or you could just assign it to a regular variable, and JavaScript knows what you're doing, and we'll go down that route. I'll provide, like I said, the Mozilla Developer Network link, and that'll have both methods on there. So I'll call this RE for regular expression. This equals / and \n, no, W, sorry, I don't know why I said N, pardon me, and just, so this is the same as 2 words, and we're going to swap them around. Again, the format is cumbersome, so I would highly recommend using a generator, but let me just demonstrate how this would work. So if I call this string equals John Smith. I spelled John wrong, but meh. What you gonna do about it? So let's say var result equals string dot replace, and I noticed that I put a minus instead of an equal. String dot replace. You provide your regular expression, so RE in this case, and you say $2, $1. So $1 and 2 just represent the words. So this is $2, this is $1, and in this new format, they'll be swapped around, and there'll be a comma between them. Now, if we just do console.log, result, refresh, as you can see, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go a step further and just put a console.log here and put result. Oh, no result, I was meant to just put regular string. So you can see that's the original string, that's the new resulting string after we swapped it around and inserted a comma. That's it for regular expressions. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. I'll provide all of those amazing links as well. As an extra task, feel free to go over those links. That is one of the tasks. But as a further task, what I want you to do, we've got, Smith first, then comma, then J. Cohen or Jochen or however you pronounce this weird name. It could be some sort of, Swedish name or Russian name. I don't know, I'm making stuff up here. Okay, so we got second word, comma, first word. What I want you to do is second word, comma, first word, comma, second word, comma, second word again. Try and create that format. So that's it. Thanks for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover arrays in JavaScript. So what is an array? So you know what a variable is, so let me just create a simple one. Var 1 equals 8. You could have any data in there, you could have an object in there, you could have a string, doesn't really matter. And we can print this out, all simple stuff. An array is just a collection of values, so you can almost think of it as like a collection of variables. And to create an array, you just do var name of the array. So let's say our name argument, and then equals square brackets semicolon. And now this is where you put your values. And if you want a string, you put a string. If you want to put an object, you put an object. Whatever you would put like literally here between the equals and the semicolon, you can put here. I'm just going to keep it simple and have numbers. So I'm going to have 0. Then to add another one, you just put comma, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can add as many as you want. And to access these values, so let's say if I want to print the first two out, 0 and 1, you do console log our name. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to change these to 10, 20. The main reason is, I'll explain in a second. It's not that it wouldn't work, it might just cause a bit of confusion. So if I do 0, so this is index 0, as you can see, it prints out 10. So this is the reason that I just changed. If I, did 0 here, and you just printed out 0, and the next one, and I need a semicolon here, so let's duplicate this. Ooh, it's going everywhere, this is. Rename that. Save, refresh, so we get a 20. If I hadn't changed these values, you would have just got printed as 0 and 1, and that's fine. That's exactly what we want. But I thought it might have caused confusion between this 0 and the actual value 0, because this 0 is the index. You can think of it almost like the key, whereas the other 0 was the value. So that's the reason I just changed these. So in this video, we won't get any conflicts. And you might be thinking, okay, 6 values, you could, duplicate it 6 times, where you need it. That's cool, but what if your array has 100 values, which, is more than logical, especially if you create one from, let's say, something like a database and you get a lot of rows, a lot of data. How would you do that? How would you, is there an easy way of doing it? And, fortunately for us, there isn't. I'm joking. There is a way, and you can just use the for loop. So as an extra task, what I'm going to show you now, but I'll recommend pausing the video. Try having a go yourself. If you need any help, feel free to come back. Okay, so I'm going to create a for loop. Create a variable called I, assign a value of 0, put a semicolon, and we're going to say while I is less than, can you guess? We want to do the length of this, so this will be 6, but we don't want to put 6 directly here. We're going to say our name dot length, so we're going to use a property of our array, and this will get the length of it, which is pretty darn cool. And now we are going to say I plus plus, we're going to do console.log our name I'm going to comment that, reload, see what we get. So we get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and that is all really, really cool stuff. Okay, so there's a couple of other different ways that you can create an array. You can use the new keyword as well and use the array object. So you could, let's say, if you don't know the values yet, but you know how many you're going to have, you could do something along these lines. And let me show you right here. Actually, so I'll create a new array. Call this new array equals new array. And let's say 100, so a lot of them. So we don't know the values yet, but we know there's going to be 100 items in there. And let's just say we use a for loop. And just to save time, I will copy this, copy that, and put that here. Instead of printing it out like this, we're just going to say new array, I, and we're going to replace what's our I with, our index I with, what are we going to put here? Let's put I squared. So let's just do I times I. And now we'll print it out. And need to grab hold of this, put this here, put this here, and I'm going to comment this out just so we can see exactly what's happening. Okay, so we get 0, 1, 4, da da da, and you might be thinking, is there 100? Squared equal to this? Isn't that something like what, 10,000? And you're right, it is 10,000. But remember, this is less than, and the last value at your array is always the size minus 1 because you start accessing the array at index 0. So this will be 900. No, this will be 99 times 99, which gives you this value. Okay, so that is another way of creating the array. So there are a few different functions that we can use as well. So we can use functions to essentially add elements to the array. So what I'll do is I'll copy this down here, but before I actually print it out again, I'll do new array dot push. And if I do push, I can literally just add an extra item. So if I just say hello world, save it, refresh, as you can see, if I scroll up, so the first time it got printed out, there was no hello world at the end of it, but second time there was a hello world because push literally just adds a new element to the end of the array. So that is pretty cool, and as you can see, you can mix and match the data type. They don't all have to be numbers or strings. In other languages, quite a lot of other programming languages, arrays have to be one type of data type, but in JavaScript a lot of things are, I'd say, pretty darn loose. There are a bunch of other functions that you can utilize, like sort. So another thing you can get, it sorts the elements of the array, which is really useful to have built-in function like this. You can get a function called toString, which converts it, even if it's not a string, into a string. So like these numbers, for example, you can have a method called pop, which essentially just what happened there? Removes the last element of the array, and like there's so many other methods. As long as you understand what we've done so far, you'll be all good to go. I'll provide a link with the video so you can see all the different features. But before we wrap up, I just want to show you one or two other little things. So there's one or two little things. So what I'm going to do what I'm gonna do is console log out. So these are some extra ES6 functions, so newer JavaScript functions, and I'm gonna do new array and dot find index. You might be thinking, okay, well, dot find index, what is, what's all this about? And if I do 9801, refresh. Okay, so what has happened? So new array dot find index. Okay, so far so good. While I think I'm missing a couple of lines. Still not the result that I'm expecting. So new array dot find index x. This is really confusing. So let me just think about it. Why this is not working? Because this, I think you can guess what we're, trying to do with this. This should just purely get the actual index instead of getting the element itself. So if you have an element and you want to just be able to get the, that particular element, this should, literally just access it, find it. Okay, because you got the regular find method. So if I put in 1, for example, keep saying 1 is not a function. I know 1 isn't a function. So why is this saying 1 isn't a function? It's like, I know it's let me try something else. Yeah, just doesn't like it on that one either. Like, this is just totally odd. Like, it's saying it's not a function, which is just totally weird. One other thing I'm thinking about trying. Now, one second, let me just sort of go back to the find index. I think I'm just like missing something here, just like something small. I keep getting, that should return an index of 0, but that still doesn't return an index of 0. So find index, well, x is x and that value equals 0. Okay, that's fine. That seems better now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, made a couple of little mistakes. One, it needs to be in this, format. Because if I were to do it in with the other one, our name, and let's see if I do 10. That's fine as well. So I was doing the wrong values. So yeah, sorry about that. Let's just switch back. Okay, so these are some new features. What have I done now? wrong code, but okay, all good. So you choose array, then you do .find index or .find, and then in here this takes a slightly different set of parameters. So you're just saying this is the value that you're trying to find in there, yeah, and you're assigning it. They're saying this is the value that you're actually trying to specifically check for. So you have this format, and then you put 9801 here. And the reason you have this sort of format is because you might actually do some sort of crazy ass thing where you say, we know zeros in here, so you could do minus 9801. This will return yeah, I'm going a bit too complex here, and I'm honestly confusing myself now. What about them? Oh, I'm not saving them as well. That's really messing things up. Okay, find the index instead of the value. Regular find finds the value, and this format, while x, and then you put the value itself. So 9,801 is at the last index, and as the array is of size 100, the last index is n, which is 100 minus 1, so it would be 99. So this is an ES6 function. There are some other functions as well. You can use a for in loop as well, a for each loop, to be able to loop over the array. I recommend doing that as an extra task. I'm going to provide a link that will show you all of these different features. Sorry about this little confusion here. I was putting either the wrong array or with the wrong value in there, or the wrong, this format here. I was just all over the place. Sorry about that. We got it fixed, so it's great to see how to fix it as well. So thanks for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover the math object. So the math object has a variety of mathematical properties, like the Euler constant E, which 2.718, and it keeps going, and it has some of the built-in logarithms like ln2, ln10. It had the value of pi as well, and a couple of other different properties. It has a variety of methods, so stuff like sin, cos, and tan, and the inverse of those. It has exponential functions, it has logarithmic functions. Like, it has so many. Once you understand like 2 or 3 of them, you're good to go. As usual, I'll provide a link so you can see all of the extra features that the math object provides. So if I just do console.log, and I'll just do math, so that's the keyword to be able to access these properties, these methods. Do dot, let's say pi, save that, and reload. So we get a value of 3.1415926 5358979 So okay, you would carry on going like 323 864 26433, etc. But this sort of precision is more than enough. It's been scientifically proven beyond life. Like 3 or 4 or 5 decimal points, there's pretty much hardly, if at all, any application that really need it. It's like very few, and chances are you won't need it in what you're creating. Those are the properties as well. So let's have a look at some of the methods that you can actually use. So let's have a look at the POW method. And obviously, this returns some value, as will the method, and you could assign that to a variable, but I'm just going to directly print it out. So console.log. So if I do math.pow, I just like saying that. And this is just a power method. So if I put 12, 2, this is just 12 to the power of 2, which is 144. So we get 144. That's pretty easy, pretty cool. So that's one method that they provide. There's a rounding method as well, which is really useful. It allows you to round to the nearest integer. You'll round up or down. So if I do console.log math.round, and I'll do 345.6. So this rounded to the nearest integer should be 346. See what we get? We get the right answer. It's always good when you get the answer that you expect. Okay, so let's have a look at another method. there's a square root method as well. So if we do console.log math.sqrt, so it's shortened to sqrt. This is quite common in computer science and programming languages for certain stuff like square root to be shortened to sqrt. Okay, so if I put 144, because we know what that is. We essentially squared it here. Obviously, we could change this to a 3, and that would be cubing it, but we did just square it. So we get 12. That's cool. And you could have a non-integer value in here. We're not restricted to integer. Let's put 12. So that's going to yield what, like 3 is 9, 4 is 16, what, like 3.4, I'd say. But yeah, 3.46, and that gets the square root of that. So that is pretty darn cool. Actually, as an extra task, what I want you to do, because this yields a decimal value, I want you to get this result, put it into the round math method, and console log that out, or put that into a variable, then console log that out. Okay, so yeah, that's it really. There are other functions that you can use, like sin, cos, tan, and honestly, once you understand what we've done here, it's literally the same. Just do math dot the method name and any parameters that you need to put in. So that's it. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next programming video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover the DOM, which is the document object model, and that's essentially, this right here, all of this, good stuff, all of this, which, we don't have much of. So let's actually add something. Let's add a div. We'll add a div, and I'll say hello world. I'm also going to add an ID equals hello world. Okay, so in our JS file, what we'll do is use the document. So this is really cool. You can manipulate the DOM document. We can get the element. So get element by ID, and if you can guess what you put in here, we'll just put, it'll be hello world. Hello world. Let's actually just console log out what this gives us, and it's gonna be pretty interesting. I always like looking at this. It's a very interesting thing. So if we go to console, it says no. So let's have a look. The document get element by ID. Hello world. I realized the problem is because this code is running before the actual page is rendered, so that element doesn't exist at that moment in time when that JavaScript code is run. So let's just add it right here. So if there's any JavaScript that needs to be run, and it needs to be run after the code, like I said in the setup video, make sure you just put it at the bottom of the bodies just before the closing tag. You can either do it like this or add a file. I'll just put it in line like this, and I'll grab hold of it. Yeah, save it. Paste that into here, reload, and we get that. So we get literally the entire element. So let's go a step further. I'm actually going to maximize this a little bit so as you would see. And let's go a step further. If we want to get, let's say, just the actual text itself, so the method, you can do like dot inner HTML, for example. This gets hello world. But let me show you if I were to put, this, like, a bold tag, for example. Reload. It gets the entire HTML. So you might not actually want that. You might want something in particular. You can use like a get a value method for that. And I'm actually going to leave that as an extra task for you. You can also assign stuff. So whenever you do like dot inner HTML, that's getting the inner HTML. But if you were to do equals something, you'll actually replace it with this, new HTML. So there are some other methods. I mean, there's a lot of methods that you can use. You can use methods for essentially, what can you do? You can get like a bunch of classes, so you can get everything that has a particular class. You can change the styling of it. You can change CSS as well. So let's actually change the CSS. So if I do document, put some new line, get element by ID, hello world, and then I'll do dot. So you can either do, you do dot style, dot color equals, and let's actually just put red. If I reload it, it's been changed to a color of red. So we've modified the actual CSS as well. And obviously, if we right click inspect, as you can see, it's got a different style attribute. So that is really, really cool. And that's it for the document object model, the DOM. There are, there's a lot more functionality that you can utilize, and you will utilize a lot. But as long as you understand this is the format document, which is like everything on your page. And you use some sort of retriever, so like .get element on by ID, or .get .get elements by class, for example, and then you would use maybe a loop to go over any of those classes. As an extra task, haven't got that, I'll provide a link for all of that information as well. And then you could either get data from it, and if you were to just print this out as an extra task, that's one way to do. Just print this out, just console log it, you'll get the actual color. Whereas if you do equals, it assigns a new value to it, whether it's the color property or whether it's the actual elements HTML itself. So that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to put me a message, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you classes. I'm not going to show you everything or the different features of classes yet. There's separate videos covering all of that. I'm going to show you a simple example. Okay, so what is a class? To begin with, that's probably the first thing that has gone through your head. So if you've heard of OOP or object-oriented programming, classes is, that's what it is. You have a class which allows you to sort of abstract, encapsulate properties such as variables and methods for common functionality. Maybe you have a car, for example. We will actually use that. And then I'll have properties maybe like position, speed, and then you'll have methods to maybe move the car, to even destroy the car, let's say if it's a game. And then you would create an object of said class. And if you go back to the videos where we actually covered objects, all of those objects were classes in some form already built in. We're going to create our own now, and you can add whatever functionality you want, and we can just create as many as we want. So if we have this amazing car class that has, 546 lines of code, you don't have to, duplicate those 546 lines every single time. You want to create a new car, you just create a new object. It inherits all of that, all of the properties of that class, and you can just use it. So it's really, really cool. So let's just dive into it. And the first thing you want to do is use the keyword class. Then you want to name your class. I'm going to say car, and then put curly braces. And in here, we need something called a constructor. So this is a method, and this method is actually run when you first create the object. So if I just do a console.log, and I'll just say this is the Civ. I think that's Chinese for 10. So yeah, so this is the constructor, and let's expand this a bit. And to create an object of this, you just literally do like var, name your object. So let's just say call it car obj equals new, the name of the actual class that you're using. And now if I run it, it says this is a constructor. But if I were to comment this out, this is a constructor does not get printed out in the console. And that's because even though we haven't specifically called this method, when we create an object of it, it creates, it calls the constructor. And technically these brackets here, that's what is calling the constructor. So in a way we have called it, but we haven't like done something like dot constructor or anything. It's just the first thing that is called. So any setup of the class that you need to do it in the constructor. So this is a very basic example. Let me add another. No, actually, I'm going to keep that for a separate video. Functions. One thing I also want to show you: a constructor, just like normal functions, can take variables. So if I say x comma y, so these are the variable names, and maybe I print them out. So I just say console.log, and I say the x position is x and y position is y. But now if we run it, what happens? We get undefined, and the reason for that is because we haven't actually passed any values in. We need to make sure we pass them in. So let's say this starting position is 56, 78. There shouldn't be a comma at the start. I made a mistake there. Sorry about that. And if I reload, those values get passed in. So that's pretty cool. And you can, obviously store those values in variables as well. I'm going to cover variables inside of a class in a whole nother video. So feel free to take a look at that. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next tutorial. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you variables in relation to classes. So let's have a look at how we can create variables in a class in JavaScript. So to create any, you go to your constructor, just put this dot, then the name of the variable. So I'm going to create one for x and y. So this will equal x, like so. And we'll create a one for y. So this dot y equals y. Okay. And to access these values, we simply, so I'm going to console log them out, console log, and I'll say x, I'll put in brackets, and then we'll put the value of it. So the value is car obj, so whatever your car object is called, dot x, or the variable name. And then put plus, and comma. Again, this is just the formatting part of it. Where you use it, how you use it, totally up to you. But the accessing is car, obj.x and car obj.y. And if we save that, run it, we get, I forgot to put a comma at the end. And plus, not a comma, closing bracket, There we go. Okay, we got those values. If I duplicate this, and what I'm going to do is duplicate this line here, and so it's going to be a separate car object, and I'm going to say its position is 90 and 0, and what we'll do is print out its coordinates. So you can see that each one has its own different properties and variables. So we got 56, 78, and 90 and 0. And as you can see, we've got two different objects and we have variables. So that's how you create a variable inside of it. In the constructor, just do like this dot, x, for example. You don't have to assign a value straight away. It's always good to have default values. They could either be passed in, or maybe by default x and y is 0 and 0, or let's say it's the name of the car, you might have a default name or owner, or something along those lines. That's it for variables in classes. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you functions. So we've already technically done one, and it's the constructor. So this is just a basic function that is called by default when you create a new object of that particular class. So to create any other function, unlike outside of classes, you don't use the keyword function, and you just put the name of your function. So I'm going to say epic func, open close bracket, curly braces, and that's it. So if we put some code in here, let's say if we do a console.log, I'm going to say this is an epic function. And to actually, use this function, we can just do this: car obj dot epic fun. I'll put epic fun instead of epic func. It doesn't matter. Okay, for reload, say this is an epic function, and obviously I can call it on the car obj2. Obviously at the moment it doesn't actually do anything different. Unlike any other variable, any other method, you can actually pass in parameters as well. So if you don't know how to do that, feel free to take a look at the regular functions video. Once you know, feel free to come back and experiment. As an extra task, what I want you to do is do two more functions. One that, let's say, takes in two values, multiplies them together under the console log, or even returns the value. That's totally up to you. The other thing what I want you to do is have a function that merely, utilizes these values in some way. So to access the x and y variables from this class, within the class, you just make sure you put this.x and this.y anywhere that you need them. Maybe add them together, maybe print them out in a slightly different format. But that is it for functions in classes. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the static keyword, and we're going to use it to create a static function. What's a static function? Static function, unlike any other function, I've said function like a million times in the last 2 seconds, is one that doesn't require an object of the class to be created to be able to access it like, it does right here. So if, for example, I, just use the name of the class, car, I'll do .epic fun, save that, run it. We get an error. It says car.epic fun is not a function, and that's because epic fun needs to have an object created. Whereas if I create another function, and to create a static function, we use this keyword static, and I'm going to call it static fun. And again, as with any other function, as I've covered in the functions video of this series, you can have parameters in there, you can do return statements, all that stuff. So simple, it's all the same. If I do a console log here, I'm going to say this is epically static. This is epically static. And now if I replace that with static fun, and I run it, as you can see, this is epically static. And that's what a static function is. It does not require an object to be created. So if I literally delete all of these lines of code and reload, as you can see, it still works. We got a class. We haven't created an instance of it in the form of an object. I'm just going to undo this. But we're still able to access it. So if, let's say, you have some functionality that's linked with what your class is, but you want it to be accessible, anywhere really without having to create an object of it, this is the way to go. You use a static function. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message and I'll lend you a hand. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next static video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to demonstrate the instance of operator. So this is fantastic if you want to check if, this instance, this object is of a particular class. And you can do that using the instance of operator. So what I'll do is I'll get rid of all this. Don't need it for this video. So here I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to say is valid. So this will store true or false if the actual car object is, of car class. And to check this, you merely specify the name of the object. So car obj, for example, you put instance of, then the name of your class, which is car, and we can print this out. This will either be true or false. It better be true because it is of that class. And we reload, we get true. Okay, that is fantastic. Let me just quickly create another class. I'm going to say class, I'm going to call this bike. I'm not going to put anything in there because all I want to do is just create an object of this class and check if it is a car, and we will get a false result. And we don't actually even need to put a constructor. If we don't put a constructor, it creates one by default, so we don't need to worry about that. If I create a var bike obj equals new bike, like so, and now if I do copy that, I'll say is valid 2, and I'll say if the bike obj is an instance of a car, which we know to be false, we should get true for the first line, because a car obj is a car is created by the car class or from the car class, and the bike obj isn't an instance of car because it's an instance of bike. So if I reload, we get false, and that's it. That's how you use the instance operator to determine if a particular object is of a certain class. That's it. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript programming tutorial, I am going to show you class inheritance. So class inheritance works similar in the way inheritance does in biology in humans, where a child comes from mother and father, and you inherit certain genes, certain traits from your parents. Unlike genetic inheritance, it's not kind of a free-for-all, and it's hard to predict exactly what you'll inherit. You know exactly what you're going to inherit in terms of classes. You specify this. Okay, so class inheritance, we have, let's say, this class right here, car, bike. What are these classes? What's a car and what's a bike? They're both vehicles. So let's create a vehicle class. The class vehicle, like so. And let's go a step further and move this constructor into here. We won't add a constructor into any of these. We'll just leave it like this. So we'll say okay, that is all cool. And let's create a function in here. Let's just call this vehicle func, and we'll just print something out like console.log. Okay, this function is from the vehicle class. Now, if we want car and let's say bike to inherit from the vehicle class, at the end here, we simply put the keyword extends, the name of the class. So I'll just copy and paste this. Oh, what happened there? Copy it, paste it. Now if we run it, let's see what we get. Okay, so the first two results are fine. For this one, it's messing up because remember, we don't have a a different constructor for bike. It's still using the same one in vehicle class, so we need to specify some value. So the initial x and y coordinates, well, I'm just going to say it's at 0, 0. Almost like the center of a graph. If we reload, we get 0, 0. This is a constructor. But have a look at this. So if I, let's say, do bike obj, as you can see, this is empty. Like there's nothing in here at all. Let's say if I do vehicle func, save that, refresh, boom, there we go. This function is from the vehicle class. And as an extra task, I want to do the same, but with the car object, and you'll see that we are able to access all of the variables, the methods, the properties of the parent class, and that's what it's called, parent and child classes. And as an extra task, what I want you to do is go even a step further, create another class that inherits from one of these classes, and that will be like grandfather, parent, child inheritance. And that's it for class inheritance. Nothing more to it than that. You can obviously have more variables, more functions with complex functionality that accepts parameters to maybe compute something, returns a value. Doesn't really matter what you do, as long as you understand this is how inheritance works. We have a parent class. These two classes are inheriting from it. As you can see, bike literally has nothing of its own, yet the constructor is able to do something, store a couple of variables, console at these 3 lines, and then we have a function called vehicle func. So that's it for class inheritance. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. The GitHub link will be provided as well with all the source code, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you You thought I'd stop talking? I'm just messing with you. Can you guess? I'm sure you know. It's method overriding. It's the title of the video and the lesson. Okay, so method overriding. As you can see, we did inheritance. If you didn't check that video out, highly recommend going and have a look at that. And okay, so we have these two classes that inherit from here. It has a constructor, but it also has this function called vehicle func. And as an extra task, I asked you to call the vehicle func of the car object and the bike object as well. The bike object we did, but the car object as well. Okay, so now that's done, what we're going to do is override the method in class. And to override it, all we do is literally take the exact same structure, but we do something else with the method. So we're going to say console.log. We are going to say this is the car class. So if I save that, refresh, as you can see, when we call it from the car object, and it'll be the same with the car object too, because that's, you know, a object of the car class. When we call it from the car object, it says this is the car class. Whereas when we call it from the bike object, it says this function is from the vehicles class. So we've overridden the method, and all that is we are specifying a new structure, new piece of code to be run instead. So maybe you have this vehicle class and you have maybe a method for moving, and you have a car, you have a bike, you have what other sort of vehicles can you have? You have a plane, that's a vehicle as well, you have a boat, those 4 vehicles, and maybe the boat has a slightly different functionality compared to the car, the bike, and the plane for moving, and we could override the method without having to, you know, write a new separate method, therefore creating redundant code for the other 3 classes that have the exact same functionality. So that's method overriding. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you the new cool keyword called the super keyword that is introduced in ES6. So as you saw from the method overriding video, if you haven't checked that out, highly recommend checking it out. Welcome back after checking that awesome video. In there, we overrid the method for car. And if you override the method, but you still, let's say, want the functionality of the parent method as well. So basically you want the original functionality plus some extra. What you can do is use a super keyword. So let's say for the super dot the name of the function from the parent class. Save that. And now if I run it, as you can see, it says this function is from the vehicle class, and it says this is the car class. And that's coming from this line here. So if I comment that out, reload, and I'll comment this one out, but just in case the bike object is confusing us, it's no longer printed in any of those lines now. So if I save that, just the car object calling the vehicle func, so this function is from the vehicle class, and this is the car class. We've overridden the method, as you can see here, but because we've done super, we have invoked the parent instance of that method as well. So that is how you can access the parents method, as well as having a overridden method in the child class. That's it for the super keyword. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you exception handling, also known as error handling. So what is that? So let me just create a variable called var1. I'll call it num1 actually, because we're going to store numbers. Equals 9, Okay, another one called num2 equals 0, and let's do console.log 9 divided by 0. We know you can't do division by 9, and we just get infinity. So that's the result. In some programming languages, it will literally crash. Depending on the language, you will get a different result. So maybe we want to handle this sort of error, and we can do that pretty easily. So all we need to do is do a try block. So this is basically saying, try some piece of code. So we're basically going to put if num2 equals 0, else, we perform the actual calculation. And I wasn't even using num2 there. It achieves the same result, but we want to make sure we use num1 and num2. If we get a problem here, we'll say throw, and we're going to say you cannot divide by 0, damn it. And now at the end, if we put catch, open bracket, and in here we'll put error. And here we can just do console.log, and we'll simply there. I just close that. Okay, yeah, we'll simply console log the error. So if I reload, it says you cannot divide by 0, damn it. So it didn't, do this, so it's gone into here. Let's say if we just do 9 divided by 3, which is 3, reload, we get the answer 3. So that is error handling. There's one other block I want to show you, where if we put finally, and the finally, any code that's here will run regardless of whether or not an error is thrown or not, or whether this is successful. So if you want code that is always run, then you put it here. So console.log, and I'm going to say this code is immortal. So if I save that, run it, we get this code is immortal. But if I put 0 instead, it still says this code is immortal, because like I said, the finally will be run regardless of whether an error or not is thrown. So that's it for error handling. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. The GitHub link will be required. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome JavaScript video. Hello, in this video we are going to take a look at validation. So just some basic form validation. So let's go to our HTML. Let's create a form for starters. So form, and in here we'll have, what should we have? Let's have an input in here. I'm actually just going to keep it simple. I have one input. If you understand what we do with this one, you'll be all good to go. Type equals, say, text. Assign a name to it as well. Put the name as username. And that is it. So if we run that, see what we get. So we get this little input right here. That's pretty darn cool. So what I'm going to do, we can have a button in there. I'm actually going to have a button outside. I'm going to go radical. I'll have a div which will act as a button. I'm going to say button. I'm going to say click me instead. Click me. Click me. And I'm going to have an ID. Well, actually, I'm just going to say on click. Not on lick. We're not licking anything. On click validation func. And we'll put that we'll just put that here. Let's keep it simple. We'll say function. As usual, let's do a console log, make sure it is working. When we click it, I'll leave it as working. Checkmate. Okay, that's cool. Now here, what we're going to do is we are going to say if document dot, and from here we are going to essentially access some elements, and we can literally just do dot name, username dot value, and I'll actually just print it. First I'll just do a console log as usual, console.log. I'll comment this out for now. Reload, click me. Cannot read value of undefined. You could, okay. Username is not valid. Okay. And why is that? Okay, so for the form, I need to provide a name as well. And this form I'll say epic form. Then you say document dot, so get the epic form, then you get an element from it. Okay, there's nothing in there. If I say hello, we get hello. So that's how you get it. And what we're going to do is we'll keep this printout in there. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. And actually, what we're going to do first is create a variable var1 equals this. And everywhere that we need it, we can just use this instead. It'll be a lot easier. So here we'll have it, and in here, and we'll check if it's empty. Then we'll say, you've been very naughty. So if it's, there's nothing in it, then we are gonna say console.log. It is empty. It is empty, but if I put something in here, we don't get that. We'll also do another check, so else if var1, and let's say if we want a minimum length of 10, so dot length is less than 10, we'll say console.log length should be at least 10, and then else it's all good. Else console.log. Fantastic. Save it. If I reload, before I click it, we get it is empty. So if I just type in HELLO, that's 5 characters, we get length should be at least 10. And let's say WORLD, that's 10 now. Fantastic. But if I remove the D, it's 9, length should be at least 10. So that is validation. We can validate the contents on our page. That's it. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next JavaScript video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you animation. First of all, let's show you some manual animation. And before we even do that, let's create a div. Create a div. It'll be empty. We'll have an ID. Set ID to red box. And as you can get, it's going to be red. We'll do some styling here. So just do style. Generally, you would have this in a separate file, but for what we need, this will suffice. And we're going to say hash red box. So we're going to get the red box. I'm going to say background dash color will be red, and we'll put a width and a height as well. Let's put 100 pixels, and we'll put the same for the height. Now if we reload, we should get a red box. We get a red box. Okay, there we go. So let's manually sort of animate that. We'll just put the the script here to, first of all, we need to get hold of it. So we can do var, so red box equals, so this is just a variable that's going to store the the element that we'll be getting via the ID. So it could be called whatever you want. The document dot get element by ID. And you know what the ID is. You put red box. And you don't actually need to put a hash because this ID, it knows that it's the ID. Now we could do, let's say, red box dot style, and we could set the position. We could change the position to like relative, for example, or we could just do the dot left equals, let's say 100, let's say 200 pixels. See what that does. It's mounting on this line, and it will be, we will need it afterwards. So if I put it here, I'm not going to remove the content from inside of here. Okay, so that's all right. We also need to have a relative position, so let's just do position relative. So as you can see, we moved it manually. Okay, you know, that's all right, but don't really want that. What I want to do is the next task is create a button. When you click it, it literally just moves this across. And obviously, this moves it absolutely and not relative to its current position. So you'll need to have a variable that keeps track of this as well, or you can just get the value from it. Style, you know, dot style dot left that retrieves the value. Then you just add, you know, something to maybe 20 pixels. Okay, so what we can do is some automated animation, and let's cover all of that good stuff. So we'll comment this out. We'll still need this, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna have a function saying epic movement, and in here, in epic movement, we will copy this, and it's gonna equal to, it will equal itself plus, let's just say 5, and then we need to just, you know, add pixels also knows the unit. And what we're going to do is actually animate it. So this is going to be really cool. So we are going to say, we're going to animate it. So we're going to say set timeout. And after the timeout has elapsed, we'll call this function. So we'll say epic movement, and we'll call it after 100 milliseconds. So if I reload that, that does not seem to be moving. Oh, it's not moving because I haven't initially called the epic movement button. As an extra task, what I want you to do is create a button that actually click. When you click it, it calls this. I'll manually just call it here. I can't tell, is that even moving? So we got the set timeout. We're calling itself, which is right, comma. So what about it does it not like? I'll try something else. So if I create a var animation variable and I set this to animation, yeah, it should realistically should just be milliseconds. So, well, let's have a look. If we do a console.log, is this even being called multiple times? It's being called multiple times. The problem will be somewhere here. So we're doing the startup left equals. We need to pass it as an int, otherwise it's going to have, the pixel text, and that's going to mean nothing. So let me reduce this to 1 pixel now. Okay, still not working. Style.left. We add 10, we add the pixel. And it is relative. So I'm going to do a console.log. I'll get rid of this one so we know it's going in here. Let's get left, so we'll see if it's actually being incremented successfully. Doesn't seem so. Okay, so we're passing int. We're doing redbox dot style. Unless the only thing I can think of is if I put this, let's try this. Put this at the top. Equals null. So the object's always created above it. And we'll just assign it here. That's not doing anything. Redbox.style.left. So yeah, it's seeming like this piece of code here. So like, what if I were to just literally just put this? Yeah, like that. What if I were to literally just put this instead? It likes that as well. So it doesn't like passing into redbox.style.left. We'll go down different. We'll create a variable. We'll say movement amount equals 0, and we'll change this. We'll just say we'll add movement amount plus equals 1. Movement amount. Save that. Reload. Boom! There we go. Dollar bills are coming our way. Let's change that to 5. And obviously you can change this to, if I change to 100 and change that to 1, it'll smooth the same amount, but it just won't be as smooth. So the smoother you want this to be a smaller number, so 1 millisecond, but let's decrease this 0.0, so this will be very smooth. Let's get away with just doing it at 1. Yeah, that's looking very good. So that is animation built in. If you want some more complex stuff, recommend jQuery. We solved a few problems together. That's it. Thanks for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you how to control multimedia. So we got this HTML5 video right here. We got a couple of buttons. At the moment they don't do anything, they are just part of a form. I just hooked them up. It's nothing. This is nothing new. We've learned about the on-click event before. If you haven't, feel free to go back and check out the events videos. And then feel free to come back. Yeah, we got this little video. I could, just, go here, show control, and play this video like so. But I want to be able to trigger it using a JavaScript event. In this case, we're going to keep it simple and just have buttons that trigger it. But you might have some sort of other condition that triggers it as well. Maybe when your page loads, it automatically starts playing the video. Maybe when you are no longer focused on the video element or even on the page, it stops or pauses the video. scenarios like that where you're not directly interacting with the video, but you want the video to be modified in terms of its playback. So we've got the buttons that are already hooked up. Fortunately for us, it's actually really simple to do this. All we have to do, first of all, we've got to create a variable. I'll call it my video, and this is essentially going to get the element that is the video, and I'm going to get it by the ID. The ID that I've assigned is video 1. Forget that, put that here, and now we are just going to do a little check. So we're going to say if my video dot pause, so this means the video is paused. If it's paused, we want to actually play it. My video dot play. Else, if it goes into the else block, that means it's already playing, and we just want to, can you guess, just pause it. So now let's run it, see what we get. So if I click play pause, click it again, as you can see, it plays it and pauses it. But we also want to be able to stop it. To do that, we need this bit of code here. There isn't a direct stop button or stop command. So what you have to actually do my video dot pause, so pause it, but then do my video dot current time. So you essentially set the current time to 0, and because it pauses it and it sets it back to the start, it's essentially like stopping it. So reload it, play pause, click stop. As you can see, that works a-okay, and that plays it from the start again. And that's it for controlling multimedia. What I want you to do as an extra task is have 2 extra buttons, one for forwarding and one for rewinding, and implement them. You'll need some sort of variables. There will be some other really cool features of the JavaScript multimedia controls that you can use as well, so feel free to take a look at that. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to show you the image map. So I've already got the code, because the code is a bit tedious, but I'm going to explain every single bit of the code. So first of all, just ignore the JavaScript for now. We've got an image. It is, doesn't matter what sort of image it is, we've got it at this sort of size. That's fine, simple stuff. You've seen images before. The only difference is we've got this little attribute here which says use map. This is just saying use a map element that is created, which is right here. It's got a name of planet map, and you assign it by doing hash and then planet map. Here, this essentially allows us to create virtual shapes around our map that aren't visually displayed but can represent objects on the map. So we've got these 3 shapes here. The first shape is, and the coordinates are 0, 0, then 82 across and 126 down. So it's essentially this area here, the sun essentially, and you just specify the sort of shape that it is. So in this case, it is just more a rectangle, slightly curved there. For our case, we don't need that much precision where this will make a difference. So you put the coordinates. If you change the size, you will have to change the coordinates. I'll recommend as an extra task trying to make it dynamic using a function. So this is more of a percentage instead of just pure coordinates. Alt tag, nothing new there. Now we're just using some events, on mouse over and on mouse out, and that will trigger this function. If you hover over the sun, it will send the keyword sun to this function, which just console logs it out. And if you take your mouse out of the sun once it's been in the sun, then it will just print out an empty line. And that's the same principle for the rest of them. So we got Mercury and we got Venus as well. So let's just test it, see what we get. Okay, so no console logging at the moment. Hover over the sun and we print sun. Hover over the black part, nothing. Hover over Venus, we get Venus, Mercury, sun, and that's it. That's all the image map is. It allows you to essentially map virtual shapes around your image, so there can be you can trigger events on it instead of having to create several different images and almost create a uniform collage. Okay, the only difference between these two and the first one is the shape. This is circular instead. So that is, like I said, really the only difference. So you set coordinates and then you set the radius. And apart from that, that's it. They're the same. If you have any questions, as usual, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you how to use the navigator in JavaScript to be able to detect capabilities and information of your web browser. So first of all, let's just check if JavaScript is enabled. Pretty obvious, it will be enabled if we can even run it, but we can just check if it supports JavaScript. So let's just do console.log. So this will tell us if we support it. We just do navigator.java enabled. Ooh. So, sorry, my bad. It's for Java, not JavaScript. My bad. So Java, not JavaScript. Okay, and because it returns true or false, you could put this directly into a what's it called? An if statement. The next one we're going to check is the console.log navigator dot online. So let's just check that out. And this is just checking if we are actually online. And it says we are online because the browser is online. But I'm thinking, where could you use this in terms of an actual real world scenario? If you're on a web browser, you're going to be online. Not necessarily. What might happen is you might go into the website when you're online. Then for some reason your internet disconnects. Maybe you accidentally disable the internet on your computer, or something happens to your router, and then you try and do something on the web page without reloading it. All the JavaScript code, the CSS code, that's already been downloaded. That's already on the browser. It's already on the computer, so you can still trigger all that stuff. But anything that needs online capabilities won't work. So this is great for that. You'll be able to say, okay, no internet. Please try again later, or please try refreshing. Something along those lines. You give that sort of error message. The next one I'm going to show you is console.log navigator.device memory, and let's run this. So it is saying 8. So this will just tell us the amount of memory our device actually has. Next, I am going to show you the vendor. So this is pretty darn cool. Console.log navigator.vendor. So Google Inc. So this is just telling us the basically the company of our web browser. You can dive deeper. You can get the exact version number, the exact browser type. There's so much information that you can get from this navigator in JavaScript. What I'm going to actually do is provide a link so you can see all of the different little pieces of functionality that you can utilize. So there's too much to go through, but as long as this is essentially the general format, and I look forward to seeing you in the next JavaScript programming video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you modules. Modules allow you to essentially make your code a lot neater, have, let's say, functions in different files, and instead of, having the source includes right here, these tags, we'll have, something similar, but the type will be slightly different. Instead of, all immediately being available, you can just import, very similar to like in C or C++, where you do a hash include of what you want in that file. So the reason I'm doing it on an online IDE compared to something a bit more local is that the import and export module functionality isn't quite fully supported in web browsers yet, but it's still very important. It's up and coming, and one of the best IDEs to use is codesandbox.io. I love it because you can easily just create stuff. It's free. You can sign in and get more functionality if you want, being able to save stuff. But also, I can easily create extra files. So I've got these two JS files created. They just got the use script tag, nothing new, nothing apart from that. But what I need is, I also need to include the custom JS file. Do that by doing src, and this is in the path of src custom.js. The only difference is you can, sometimes put a type of text JavaScript for this. I haven't bothered, but the type for this is module. So bear that in mind. This needs to be a module type. And now in custom.js, I'm going to create a function. I want to call it hello world, and in here I'm going to do a simple console log, say hello world, and in index.js, if I were to just call that function, let's see what happens. It says hello world is not defined, and even though we've defined it here and we've put this line before this line, because it's a module, unless we import it, it will not work. So there's a few things that we need to do to import it. First, we need to export it from here. So let's do export. The beauty of this, sort of route is anything, let's say, that's part of this file, but you may not want it, used by other files. You just don't export. So export, and I'll, just save that. In here, we need to import it. So we just do import. And the bracket, now wherever we're importing, which is hello world from, and now this is the file, or the file location, as it's in the same folder as index.js. We can just put custom.js, and this still won't work. They'll say could not find dependency, and the reason is you need to do // always, and now as you can see that is working fine. If I comment that out, it doesn't show it, but if I do that, we don't have this hello world function implemented anywhere in here. It's in the custom.js file. That's just something to bear in mind. If you're importing multiple modules, you can just put comma, then name two, or whatever it's called in name 3, for example. So instead of having to do multiple lines for modules that are from the same file, you can either do something like asterisk as well, which will, and you would do it something along the lines of like that. But again, it's not fully supported in everything, and you can just import every single thing. But hello world, that's how you use the import and export modules. So just bear in mind that it's a cool thing to use, but it's not fully supported. But I think it's something worth knowing. It's definitely part of the new ES6 JavaScript. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next tutorial. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you promises. So promises are a really cool thing in ES6, and they essentially allow you to take care of asynchronous programming. Generally, JavaScript is single-threaded, so if I type a line here, then type another line here, and another line here, the space doesn't actually really matter. I mean, the empty line doesn't matter. You'll execute this line, this line, this line, this line, just one after another. But if you're doing something asynchronous, such as Ajax, when you're, interacting with, a server or other servers or other files, code may not, fully execute, or a bit of the code fast enough for the next code to be executed afterwards. So you might actually get some, sync issues. So to handle that, you can use stuff like callbacks and promises. Promises are the new way of doing things. So I'm just going to use a very simple example, but the logic applies whether you're using Ajax, something else asynchronous, loading images, but we're just going to create a method to demonstrate it using divide. I'm going to create a function called divide, and in here you'll take two numbers, number 1, number 2, and we're going to do var promise. So you need to create a promise, and put it new promise. So this is a promise object, and this will be a function in itself, and it will take two parameters, resolve and reject. So resolve will be sent back if it's successful, reject if it isn't successful. In here, we are simply going to say if num2 does not equal 0, then we know that it can be done, it can be computed. So we're going to say resolve num1 / num2, and now we'll just say else reject. There's a couple of different ways to do this. You can either just put, a quotation mark here, and you could also do that in here instead of, calculating something. If you're just basically returning a message back saying it works. But you could even say no zeros allowed or something along those lines, or you could enclose this in an error as you can in other stuff in JavaScript as well. This just provides you with a full stack trace. I'm just going to keep it simple and have no error, but I just wanted to let you know about that. Okay, last thing, you just need to return the promise. So if we run this won't actually display anything in the console or do anything yet, because we need to actually call it. To call it, we do divide, so the name of the function, pass it some parameters, so let's pass it 5 and 0. We do dot then, and you could have this all on the same line. I'm just separating it. We're going to have quite a few lines of code here, just make it a little neater, and just have a few extra lines as well. So this is roughly in the middle, and open parentheses, and in here you do function, and this is going to be called result. So this is if it's been successful. So the first function is if it's successful, and if it's successful, we're just going to say console.log, and we'll log out the result. And naturally you can do other stuff here as well. That's totally up to you, but we're not going to. So now we're going to say comma, and now we're going to do function, and this is going to handle the error, so call it error, it doesn't really matter. And in here we're going to say console.log error and semicolon, and now if we run it, we get no zeros allowed. If we replace this with a 2, for example, we should get a result of 2.5. Okay, so now let me show you where these promises really come into play. So if here I were to call another promise, it could be the same one or it could be a different one. I'm just going to call the same one, and I could just do, let's say, return divide, and I'm going to say 6,7, and then I need to handle essentially this again, and I do that by putting .then. It's basically literally the exact same as this. Put that there, but I'm not going to do another return, therefore I won't be calling another promise. And I'm overall all happy with that. Yeah, so if we run this, is what we get. We get 2.5 and 0.857. Let's say what happens if we get 5 and 0. We get no zeros allowed and undefined. So if we want to check if we want to make sure that this is only run afterwards and only if it is successful, we can do it like so. Instead of doing a bunch of complex if and else if statements, if we're running a lot of lines of code. Common example of this is if you're loading images, but you don't know which one's gonna load first, but you generally only want to use, let's say, the next one or load the next one if the previous one has loaded. You can do it like so. That's it. That's what promise is. This is the general format. You can go pretty crazy with it. I'm going to provide a link that will give you all of the different little facets and features that promises in JavaScript provides. If you have any questions, because it's quite a complex topic, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next programming video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover the block scope. So depending on where your variable is actually declared, not set necessarily with a value, but declared, it will depend on where it can be accessed and what value it has when accessing it. So first of all, if I just create a simple function called epic func, sounds better than epic function. And let me just call this epic func. And if I create a variable called var epic num equals I don't know 789, doesn't really matter what the value is, it could be a string, could be a boolean, it could be anything really. If I do console.log and I'll try and print out epic num, let's see what happens. Yes, 789, as expected. So if I copy this and put it down here, what happens? We get an error. It says epic num is not defined. And you might be thinking we've defined it here. And that's true, but as soon as you have these curly braces, the declaration, so anything that has var or let at the start, and then a variable name, so the declaration line, is restricted within those curly braces. So this does not exist outside of these curly braces. Another thing, you can actually just put curly braces, I want to say for the sake of it, but just to limit scope within a limited scope already. So if I were to put some curly braces here, again, this will just execute as soon as the function is executed. Once it's done this line, you'll just execute this because it's not tied to a conditional statement or a function, but it'll allow you to limit scope. So if I were to do console.log, and let's say if I do console.log equals epic num, let's see what we get. So we get 789, 789. What happens if we do var or let? Let is just a little bit better because it just throw extra errors, so it just helps you write better quality code. And if I put 800 instead, and now if I run it, we get 800. But what happens if I do console.log outside of this, but still within the function, and I'll print out epic num, we get 789. You might be thinking, but we assigned 800 here. Yes, but we actually created another variable within this scope. And as a result, this is actually a whole nother variable. And that's just something to bear in mind. If we were to do it like this, however, you'll print out 800. Because it's not creating another one, it's just assigning it to the previous one. So that's just, scope in terms of JavaScript. There's similar scope in most programming languages. And it's a very powerful feature that allows you to create variables and just limit the usage of it to prevent any, accidental usage where it could cause some harm and lead to crashes potentially. So that's it. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next JavaScript video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you loop labels. So we've already looked at some more advanced loop features such as the break and the continue statements. You already know what they are. I'm going to show you loop labels. I'm going to do it with a break statement, but the same principle applies with the continue statement. As an extra task, I would recommend implementing it with continue. So first of all, let's just quickly create a loop. So let's just do var I equals 0, I less than 100, I plus plus. So nothing new here at the moment, nothing new. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to console log it out for now. So we're not going to use the statements, the loop labels yet. So I want to, get this working, print that out, see what we get. We get printed 0 to 99. If you don't understand any of this, I'd recommend just switching back and having a look at the loops video. Okay, so if I put here now outside the loop, for example, that's a label now, and so it's not defined. Oh, sorry, should be outer loop. That is weird. Well, that is not working. See the mistake that I made. Forgot to put a semicolon instead of a colon. Okay, so that hasn't changed the code at all. But this has added a label here. And what we can do, let's say if we say if I equals, I don't know, 80 for example, what we'll do is we will run a bit of code. We'll break out of here, and not only that, before we put the semicolon, we'll say outside loop, then put the semicolon, and just say go to this label. And if we run this, as you can see, it breaks and it goes back to this little bit here, and it continues running the rest of the code. So that's what these labels allow you to do. You can add labels around here as well if you want. Honestly, I'm the biggest fan of labels, as they have a tendency to create spaghetti code where the code is jumping from one place to another, and it's hard to figure out when errors pop up. But I thought I'll just show you so you can make the decision for yourself if you want to use something like a label. That's it for this video. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next tutorial. Hello, in this JavaScript video, we are going to look at variable hoisting. And variable hoisting allows you to use a variable before it is even declared. But you need to make sure that you assign something to it. But if you need to declare it at a later date, but you need to write the code to use it beforehand, seems a bit weird, but I'll show you in a second. You can use this little method right here. So first of all, let me just show you something simple. Var num equals 10. Do console log num, and this will work as we expect it. It'll print out 10. If, however, I get this line, cut it before this line, we'll get an error. Undefined, because it's not an error, it's just undefined because num had not been defined. But instead of doing this, if we put num equals 10, like so, we're still declaring it after, we're able to get the value. What would happen if we got rid of this? We'll get an error because num is not defined. So you need to define it, especially when we're using this use script tag, which I highly recommend. It encourages you to write good code, and honestly, that's all variable hoisting is. So it only works on declaration, so it can only hoist a declaration, not an initialization, so not when the value is set. So we couldn't do this, however. So let me just run it to show it's still working. If I were to get this line, put it here, that's the same as just doing all of this in one line. As you can see, it'll still get undefined, but it only works if you make sure you are trying to assign some value before it. So that's variable hoisting. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you function hoisting. Function hoisting allows you to call a function before it is even, in a linear, context implemented in your code, but still use its functionality. So first of all, let me show you a simple function, and let me call it epic func. And you could provide variables inside of it as well, add parameters. It works with any type of function. If I do console.log, just keep it simple. And I'm going to say hello world. And if I run this function, so epic func, and I run it like so, we get hello world. But watch what happens if I were to grab this, put it here. Even though this is called before declaration, when I run it, it still works fine. And it works great. Even though we call a function in our code first, before the function is even written, the code still works. This is because of how context execution works in JavaScript. Hoisting works well with other data types such as variables as well, and I've got a video covering that, so feel free to check that out. And that's function hoisting. Any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I'm going to show you anonymous functions. So a regular function is something like this. So let me just call it epic func, and I'll just do console.log. Just want to mention, anything that you would usually do with a regular function, like return statements, passing in parameters, you can do all of that with an anonymous function as well. I'm just going to be keeping it simple. So hello world, and obviously I need to run this function to be able to get its code to run. There we go, hello world. An anonymous function works slightly differently. So what we have, instead of like this, we don't use this. We don't actually have a name for the function. We assign it to a variable. So what we can do is do var, let's just say epic var equals this, and now to actually call it, we just do epic var, and it calls it the same way. So instead of creating a function with a name, we have a nameless function that is assigned to a variable. So this is a variable, so this could actually be overwritten. You could do epic var equals 9, for example, then epic, and let's say if we do console var and see what happens, we get an error because it has been overwritten. So that's one of the benefits of using it. The other thing is it allows you to actually pass in a function into another function if you're going to do some data processing beforehand, and then you're going to call that function later on, and then maybe that variable is assigned something else. So it's really powerful. I'm going to leave it at this. I want you to experiment. Pass it into another function. It's just a variable, so you can do it in the normal way. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video I'm going to show you arrow functions. It's essentially a way of minimizing the code that you would have with an anonymous function like this. Anonymous functions are more ES5 and arrow functions are more ES6. So instead of assigning it to a variable like so, what you can do is actually get rid of the function keyword. Am I thinking, how do they know that it's a function? You still need these brackets here, and if you want parameters, you would, let's say, do x and y. So if you pass in 2 parameters, but here you put equals and then greater than. And as you see, this has changed back. Now if I save it and run it, it still runs the same way. You might a lot of the time see it shorthand like this, and it'll usually be all on one line, something along those lines. I prefer to separate it so it looks more like a general regular function, but this is just a normal function as anything else. Also, as with anonymous functions and arrow functions, I recommend using the const keyword, simply because this will ensure that this can't be overridden. But if you want that functionality of being able to override this variable that has function assigned to it, you can do so. That's totally up to you. It's flexible, so you can choose what you want to do. Just to bear in mind, arrow functions are not hoisted, so they must be defined before they are used. And apart from that, that's all an arrow function is. And as an extra task, I want you to create an arrow function that you pass in 2 numbers, so 2 variables, 2 parameters, and you multiply them together and actually return that value, and assign that value here to a variable, then print that out. So feel free to take a look over the video again if there's anything that you're confused about. If you're still not sure, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next JavaScript video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I'm going to show you the function constructor. So don't mistake this for a constructor that you can have in a class. This is, something different. So this is similar to an anonymous function or an arrow function. And what you can do is, we'll just modify this. So instead of having it at this format, I'll actually just copy it so you can see the difference. I'll call this epic var2, for example. And instead of doing, this, you would do new function keyword. So you don't actually name it. Again, it's still assigned to a variable. And instead of having all of this, I'll just get rid of it for now. What you do is open, close regular brackets, put a semicolon, and here you pass in your function body. So, any code that you will put between curly braces, and any arguments. First, you put in arguments. You can put as many as you want. The last parameter passed in, whether it's 1 parameter or whether it's 5 parameters, then it will be the 5th one, is the actual function body. So to do the function body, put quotation marks in the function body itself. So console.log, and I'm just going to put hello world. Save that, run it. And obviously I'll say hello world. I'll print a function constructor instead, so we can see the difference. And if I do epic var2 and I'll run it, there we go. Let's see what we get. We get function constructor. So this works just the same way as well. So if you want to pass in parameters, you pass them in beforehand. So let's say if I want to pass in x and y, and in here, maybe I multiply them together. I'm using single quotation marks instead of double here, because they would conflict with these double and they will start opening and closing. Just make sure if you're using single, use double here, and vice versa. So instead, if I were to do x multiplied by y, so this isn't actually a string necessarily, this is the code that we want to run. So I'll run it. X is not defined. I have not passed any values in yet. Still not defined. My bad. I need to include these in quotation marks as well. Now if I run it, there we go. We get x times y. It's because they're in single quotation marks, so that's detecting as a string with inside that. There we go, we get 30. So that's the function constructor, and that's another way of writing functions as well. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video I am going to show you the generator function. So when a normal function is called, the entire function is run. With a generator function, you call it, and using certain keywords, which we're going to show you in a second, called yield, you essentially allow it to sort of pause at a particular moment, and then you can call the next little bit. And this is great if you want to pass in a bunch of data, but you want the function maybe to alert the user of what they're putting in, so you don't directly put it in as parameters. So let me just show you. So if you do function, and I'll say favorites, and the way you indicate a generator function is by putting an asterisk here. So that tells the JavaScript interpreter that it is a generator function. So in here, we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call it pizza. Say equals to yield, and now you put a quotation mark. And now what we are going to say, is what is your favorite pizza? Then we're going to say var, and we'll say game equals yield, and we're going to say what is your favorite game? And we'll do one more. I'll just copy this and I'll do it for movie. What is your favorite movie? And now what we're going to actually do is we're going to return here. And what we are actually going to return is going to be something pretty darn cool. And we are going to return. So you want to put some trying to find where it is on my keyboard. The particular type I seem to have lost it. What is going on? Oh, we've got a bunch of random characters here. Got loads of random characters. Sorry, I don't know what the hell I was doing. So I'm going to return name, and I'm going to do dot, and then I'm going to say not name, pizza dot game dot movie. Return that, and the way we call it is we create a variable and we call it Q for question equals favorites, like so, and then we're going to do console.log, and we're going to say favorites or Q dot next. So this is basically going to get the next, part in there, the next yield, and we can get that. And what we're going to do is just quickly do a few more, and the next one is where we actually pass in the parameters. So pizza, I'm going to say cheese, and for game I'll say Half-Life, and finally for movie I'll say The Dark Knight. And if we save that, let's see what we get. So we get some errors. So it's called it, what is your favorite pizza? What is your favorite game? What is your favorite movie? Line 10. Okay, so this right here, it is more about this. Okay, we can. Sorry, we can't do that. We can just do a console log. Sorry, we can just do console log like so. We can say pizza the game plus movie. As you can see, obviously we preferably need some quotation marks. And as an extra task, what I want you to do is add some text in here just saying, my favorite pizza and this is my favorite game whilst I like watching this. As you can see, we've okay, yeah, everything looks okay. Yeah, everything's okay. And could we just get rid of this? And we need that final line. So, okay. So this allows us to create a generator function, and this next keyword just goes through each individual yield. And it's almost like asking the question in itself, but instead of doing it here, then passing them all in as parameters, we can just, group them all up. So this is a great way if you have like a bunch of questions and you need to redo it again and again, you have the answers, you can just pass them in like so. So that's generator functions. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you immediately invoked function expressions. So before we even do that, let me just quickly set up a function. So I'm going to set it up like this. So var epic func. So we're going to set it by assigning it to a variable, so an anonymous function, and we're going to say equals function. So this is to help prevent variable hoisting. And let me just again implement this. And what I'm going to do is put a little loop here. So I'm going to say var I equals 0, while I is less than 10, I plus plus. And then we're going to do console.log I here. we need to actually run the function. So we're just going to do epic func, save that, run it. We get 0 to 9, and it doesn't print out 10 because it's less than 10, not less than or equal to. Watch what happens if we do console.log I here. As you can see, it prints out 10 because the variable is hoisted to these function curly braces. So even though I is made here, it is accessible outside of here, but it is not accessible anywhere outside of the function itself. But if you want to restrict the access of this to, let's say, within this as well, what you can do is just do an immediately invoked function expression. And what that is essentially, if we do var, we'll call this epic loop equals function so get the indentation, and if I put open brackets like that, this will basically immediately call it straight away. And now if I were to run it, as you can see, it only prints up to 9, but it gets an error here. So this is hoisted still, but to essentially these curly braces. So that's a great way if you want to help eliminate variable hoisting within a function. There's actually another way to implement this as well, and I'll show you the other way of implementing it. I'll call this epic func2. We can leave this name the same because it's within here. That doesn't actually matter. Actually, we don't even need it because we don't need the name, because if we are just going to immediately invoke the function inside of it and not call it ourselves, we can just implement it like so, and this will achieve the exact same result. And if I run it, we get an error here, and I have not run epic func2. Have a look. Why are you only printing out this once? So let's see what I'm missing. Am I missing anything immediately obvious? It's messing up because of this line here. If I were to get rid of this, as you can see, it prints it out again. It basically crashes at that point. So that's the reason we just need to comment at this line. And if I were to rerun it, so it's just printing out this loop here. As you can see, I is not defined in epic func2 because this variable is technically hoisted to this function now and not this overall function. So that's the benefit of using immediately invoked function expressions. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to show you JavaScript URIs. So a URI is a uniform resource identifier, similar to a URL, which is this, which is a uniform resource locator. And the URI you could use in a URL, for example, but you don't have spaces in URL, so you need to be able to encode it. I've got this example URI where it has certain characters that just generally cannot be represented within this little box here where the URL is. So if you ever need data there, you can do something called encoding the URI, and it's not very complex. There's a method built in. So if I just say var result equals, and I'm going to make this equal to encode URI, and then you pass in the URI string, which is a variable for me. It could just be a direct string in here, and I'm just going to console log it. You could do whatever you want. Obviously, you could put it into an HTML element. You could replace this right here, whatever you want at all. So if I do result, I'm actually going to do var on a console log the URI beforehand as well. So there we go. As you can see, there's a slight difference there. This has been encoded any sort of special character. So the space has been replaced with %20. This special sort of, A, this right here, has been replaced as well, and any other important characters as well. If you want to decode it, I think you've guessed, it is literally just, instead of this I put result D, and this is decode URI. And if I were to console log this out, as you can see, we get the original URI strings back. So that's URIs within JavaScript, encoding and decoding them. Luckily for us, JavaScript provides some really cool methods. So as far as we're concerned, it just works like that within a few lines of code. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next programming video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to cover template literals. So these are a new cool way in ES6 for creating strings. So if we just create a regular string like var, call it str, equals, remember you can use single quotation marks or double quotation marks, so that's a regular string. And I'm going to say hello world, and we need to learn to spell. Just log it out to the console. Save it, and if I reload the page, we get hello world. Imagine if this string is quite long and we want to put it on multiple lines ourselves. If we do that, we'll get an error. This is not valid syntax. That's the same if we were to replace this with a single quotation mark, it doesn't work either. So template literals use the backtick, so it's very similar to a single quotation mark, but it's slightly slanted. So if we just trigger the backtick on a Mac, it's Alt, and it's that key towards the bottom left that by default says / on a regular keyboard just above the start command key. So Alt that, and that will get you the backtick. If you're not too sure what it is on Windows or on any other platform, just have a quick Google, or feel free to pop me a message and I'll help you out. Okay, so once you put the backtick, and if we run this, I need to save it actually first. Not saved. If I run it, we still get the same, but look what happens. It still works, but this is on multiple lines now, and this acts as if this is a multi-line string. So that's one cool feature. And you might think, is that the only thing? Actually no, there's a few other cool things. So if I create another one, and maybe I will, what I'm actually going to do is first create a variable on it could be a let variable, it could just be a var variable, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to call this age, and I'm going to set this to 26, that is my current age, and I am going to put the backtick. And in here, usually if we wanted to basically concatenate on or put in another variable into a string, we would have to do something like plus age. Obviously I know it's not created yet, but that's sort of what you would have to do. And especially if it's in the middle, you need to close the quotation marks, put the variable in, open the quotation marks, and it's just too much hassle if you've got a lot of variables inside a string. Instead, what we can do is my age is, instead of closing quotation marks or anything like that, you just put dollar, curly braces, the variable name, and then we can continue writing string after this. And I am Batman. So if I save this, and I'll call it var2 just to distinguish a little difference between the two variables. I'll do console.log str2. If I run it, as you can see, my age is 26 and I am Batman. So that allows you to insert other variables directly inside of it, and you could do calculations inside here as well, times 7. So this is a very, very powerful thing. So it's done a calculation, it's done 26 times 7, which is 182. So that's the great thing about template literals, and it's one of the new awesome features in JavaScript. If If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover the map collection. The map collection is a data structure which essentially allows you to store values that are assigned to a unique key, and you would use those unique keys to be able to retrieve those values. To implement a map is pretty simple, to be fair. Use the keyword var as always, and let's call it mp for map equals new map, open close brackets, press semicolon, and now to set a value, you just do map.set, and let's say if I put, so this, the first part is the key, second part is the value, separated by a comma. So the value key, let's just say key 1, and I'll say hello world. And to actually get the value, you do map.get. So if I do console.log, let's just console log the map out first, see what we get. Map is, oh yeah, it's mp. Now if we reload it, so as you can see, we have our value there. Now, and I'm actually going to keep that so we can see the overall structure of it. But if you want to get an individual value, let's do .get, and now the key itself. So for the key 1, it prints out hello world. Also, then you can set another value. And if I do something like just 1, for example, so the number 1 in the string, I'll say number 1. Watch what happens if we do this. It says undefined. Am I thinking, isn't that at the key 1? No, it's at the string 1. So that's something to bear in mind. You can actually have a key that is just a number, not a string. So you could do that. So if I were to change this back, we change this to, I should say, to 1, that works fine. But if I want to access it when the key is a string, you need to do this. So that's just something to bear in mind. They are technically 2 individual keys, and therefore you can store 2 different values at the string 1 and at the number 1. So that's just something to bear in mind. Another thing that you can do is basically check if it has a certain, key. Do that by doing mp.has, and you specify the key. So let's say if I say 1, we get false. But if I say, the string 1, because there is something there, we get true. So that allows us to check if we actually have a particular key, and obviously the value as well. Now, another thing I want to show you is if I create another mp, so I'll say mp2 equals new map. But what we're going to do is now put curly braces, and this will allow us to create a map with some initial key and value pairs, in case you already know them. If you do know some of them, you can just put square brackets and then the key. So I'm just going to say K1, and you can just do single quotation marks as well. I prefer double quotation marks. Sometimes change this. I'm going to call this value 1. Then you put a comma, and then if you want to put another value, you just put these square brackets and then put another key. And now let's just have a go at this. There we go. And if we were to, I'm actually just going to console log it all out. So console log at mp2, so you can see the structure. As you can see, very similar structure to this. It has obviously different keys and different values, but you can access them the same way as you did here with get as well. There's a bunch of other methods that are available for manipulating maps, from getting the values to getting and deleting keys, clearing out all the values. You can do all of that stuff. What I'll actually do is provide a link so you can see all of the extra functionality that you can utilize with maps. One last thing I want to show you is how to actually loop over your entire map using a for loop, and that is really useful. because at the moment we've got what, 3 value pair key value pairs here. We got 2 here. That's not too bad just to do dot dot get like this. Imagine if you have 100 or 1,000 and you don't actually know the keys necessarily, then some sort of for loop is useful. So let me demonstrate it with this. What you want to do is say 4. So we're going to say 4, and we're going to create a variable for 4. Let's use let. That's better practice. Let I, or let how should I structure? I will just call this I. That's fine. Of, and then we say np2.entries. So this gets all the entries. That includes the key and the value. And what we're going to do now is print these out. So we're going to do console.log, and I will console log out using the backtick. And so this is a template literal. If you haven't checked that video out, I recommend taking a look at it. And now we're going to put I square bracket 0, and if you put a colon just to separate, you'll put a dash, that's fine, doesn't really matter. And then dollar curly braces I square bracket 0, or 1 I should say. So 0 is where the key is, 1 is where the value is. So if I save that, run it, see what we get. So we get K1, value 1, K2, value 2, K3, and value 3. So that's how you loop over a map, which is very useful if you have a lot of value and key pairs. So that's it. Like I said, I'll provide a link. If you have any more questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this JavaScript video, I am going to cover sets. So the set collection is an object that lets you essentially store unique values of any data type, whether it's primitive values or object references as well. So you could essentially have duplicates in there, but the way you access them encourages you not to have duplicates. Let me show you. So if I go var, I'll say set equals new set. I'm actually going to name this to set. And you can actually add values using the .add method as well, but I'm just going to keep it simple and just have square brackets here. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's enough to demonstrate what I'm trying to show you. And for the console.log, first of all, I'll console log out the entire set. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if I do console.log st, and we can, let's say do .has, so we can check if it has a particular value. So 5, for example, and I'll do another one to check if it has 9, which it doesn't have. Doesn't matter what number it is. It's true and false. So it does have 5 right here, but it has 9. Doesn't have 9. If I change this to a 5, let's see how our results change. As you can see, they don't. And the set will only just store the one value. So, that is a very, very important part of it. If you want to get a value, you can just do console.log. Actually, you don't need to get a value, because once you've confirmed there's a value there, you can simply just, get it. You can simply just once you know the value's there, it's there, therefore you can do whatever you want with it. Let me show you how to sort of go over your entire set with the for loop. So I put a for and let item of set st, and if I do console.log, and if I print out item, it prints out all the values, but again, it doesn't print out that duplicate of 5. So if I change this to a 5 as well, the set will just have 1, 5, and 3. Because the reason it use this 5, because that's the first instance of the 5 appearing. So that's sets. It's basically like arrays, but you have unique values. So if you need that functionality, sets is the way to go. If you have any questions, feel free to pop me a message, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next programming video. Hello, in this JavaScript video I am going to cover Ajax. So Ajax is essentially like a developer's dream. It allows you to do stuff like update a website or your web page without even reloading the page, so get content. You can request data from the server after the page has already been loaded. You can receive data from a page after it's been loaded, and you can even send data back to the server in the background without reloading your page. So this is fantastic if you're trying to create a website where stuff is going on seamlessly, loading data, sending back data. Again, not all data that goes back and forth needs Ajax or will even be enhanced with Ajax in any positive way, but there are many scenarios. One thing to bear in mind, you may have already noticed if you followed the other videos in this series, is that the link is a bit different. That's because I'm using a server, a local server. Doesn't matter what sort of server it is, but you'll generally need a server, otherwise you'll come across errors in your browser to be able to use Ajax. So if you're testing locally, I would recommend just setting up a server. I would recommend XAMPP, that's XAMPP, and that's cross-platform. There are other options as well, such as Node and some built-in servers into Unix-like based systems, but XAMPP is my recommended one. I'll provide a link to that as well. Okay, and yeah, that's it. If you're online, then if your website's online, you'll be in the server, then it's all right anyway. So what we're actually going to do is we can create a button. Honestly, it doesn't matter what it is. Let's say we got this little button right here, and I'm going to say on click. So on click, we are going to call some function, and this is going to just be called load data. That's something that we are going to be making, and we'll make that in here. So function load data. Let's make sure it's working. It's always good to just quickly confirm. So 2 H's. So when I click it, we get 2 H's. So as you can see, the page isn't reloading at all, and that's essentially what we're going to be able to do. But we're going to be able to get content. And what we're actually going to do is I've got a text file right here that just says, hello everybody, I'm Dr. Nick, called file.txt. We're going to load the data from there. This could be, well, this is on the server, so it doesn't matter what it is. This allows you to get that content. Another awesome thing is you could use Ajax to communicate with some code, a code file, and load data from a database. So it's running code execution on the server. Okay, so to actually do Ajax in JavaScript, we're just going to create a variable called xHTTP, and we need to create a new XML HTTP request. I don't think I told you or explained what Ajax stands for. If I didn't, sorry, it just stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. It's not a programming language at all. It's just basically a feature. It uses a combination of browser built-in HTTP requests to get data from a server, and the JavaScript and the HTML DOM to display and use the data. And Ajax is sort of a misleading name because it suggests that XML is always used in it. Yes, Ajax applications could use XML to transport data back from the server, but you can equally just transport it via plain text or just JSON as well. So it could just be called AJAP or AJAJ, I guess. I guess they don't sound as good as Ajax, and I'm pretty sure Ajax is an old maybe Greek word. I think it is a Greek or Latin word. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't know what it means. I'll have to have a look at that afterwards. Okay, so what we need to do is xHTTP.onReady. So when onReady, we are going to call this function and put a semicolon here. We're going to say if this.ready state equals 4. So if the state is equal to 4 and 200, that means everything is a-okay and we can continue the two states that we want. So this dot status equals, how you have different statuses like 504 and like 503 like error statuses. This is an okay status. And what we are going to say is in here, this is where we would print out something that we've loaded. So we would do this. Oh, we could do what we want. We could put it in some HTML. We could print it out into the console, literally print it out onto a file. It doesn't matter. So I'm just going to put this dot response text, which is the return from the file. So in this case, just be the text content, the file content. And we need to actually open the file. We're going to open it using a get request, get, and so the file location, which is just in the same location as my index and the custom.js files. If it isn't, then you need to put like the folder path as well, and just put true like so. I think I spelled true wrong. And now you just do xhttp.send. So what is happening is we are opening this file, we're sending it, and this is just saying when the xhttp is saying it's ready, so the ready state has changed, then do some code. So this doesn't necessarily come afterwards. It just means once the state changes, then execute this function, and that could be whenever during the application. So if I run it and I click that, as you can see, we are getting that content, and the page is not reloading. You can tell by the favicon not refreshing, and that's good. So it is this content from this file right here. So that's it for Ajax in JavaScript. What I would recommend is using a framework on top of JavaScript, such as the world popular jQuery, and jQuery has some really awesome built-in methods to enhance the experience of using Ajax in your website.